This is the Danger Close podcast, Beyond the Books with me, Jack Carr. Welcome to the Danger Close podcast, an Ironclad original presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. My upcoming novel, Only the Dead, hits shelves May 16th in ebook, audiobook, and hardcover. It is available for pre-order right now. My guest today, Jariko Denman. Jariko served for 20 years in the United States Army as an Army Ranger, deploying 15 times to Iraq and Afghanistan. After he got out of the military, he did technical advising in Hollywood on films such as The Outpost and Mile 22. He now serves as a contributing writer and content producer for Coffee or Die magazine, where he reported on the ground from Afghanistan during the chaotic withdrawal in August of 2021, and more recently from the ground in Ukraine. And now, without further ado, Jariko Denman. Jariko, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Dude, thank you for making the trek up here in the blizzard.
My pleasure. It got me out of the city.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's a city, but at least it's close to other outdoor, pursuits. You don't have to go too far to get to the mountains.
It's the same as when I lived in LA, and I tell people the best thing about living here is how easy it is to get out.
Interesting. It is. I mean, airport and driving.
Yeah.
You're like centrally located. That was one of the main things for us too, because we were in Coronado, California before this. And like anywhere you want to go, like in the Western United States for a hunt or whatever, like you're flying to Salt Lake first, and then you're popping up to wherever else. It like seems like you have to get there, whether you're flying or you're driving, which is just brutal depending on when you leave with traffic, Vegas traffic, and heading up that 15. Like that's a serious drive all the way here in one day. Yeah, especially with kids in the car. And then you finally get to Salt Lake and you're exhausted, or Park City, and then you gotta move on into Idaho or Montana or Wyoming or wherever you're going. So it's a good central location, which also central for this part of the world in these pursuits. But it also killed us during COVID because it was so easy to get in and out of, where it's a little harder to get in and out of Bozeman, a little harder to get in and out of Aspen. Everybody from the East Coast and from California that has their second or third or fourth homes in these places, or wants one, or was thinking about it. And then all of a sudden, New York and California announced that kids aren't going back to school, in 2020. And then real estate prices through the roof. Everybody's coming out here so that people that work could still get in and out of Salt Lake and fly back to California and New York. That got us.
I can imagine. Yeah,
that was brutal. But man, thanks for being here. We've crossed paths before, but I was super excited that we get to hang out for a little bit, and I get to know you a little bit better. That's one of the best parts about having a podcast, is that it forces us to do this.
I'm stoked to be here. I think we had one date that got boogered up, and then this morning I was like, oh shit, is this gonna get boogered up again? I was like, I'll hump up that hill if I can't get the truck up there. So,
the truck looks legit though. It looks like it's very capable.
Oh yeah, that F-150 is like the best truck ever.
Nice.
I love it. Yeah.
Nice. You got to have a truck here, and especially on these today's roads getting up here. So it's nice, but at the same time, like if somebody else isn't as capable as you are, you have to be prepared to help them. So all the vehicles have this like little off-road recovery kits in them with the max tracks, the shovel, the tow strap, the snatch strap, like all that stuff that can get you out of 90% of what happens.
There was some hero out on the road up here. He was in a 4Runner and he had all that. And I told you on the way up, there was a guy, kind of a piece of shit truck, big, piece of shit trailer on the back, probably loaded down too heavy, and he was just jackknifed in the road. And the guy, I was like, ah, shit. And this guy cruised up. I see him get out, and he has like straps and all this shit. I'm like, this guy's the guy.
Yeah, you got to do it. But it can also be your whole day, helping people up and down the road. So helps to be prepared. It doesn't take much. Like those, like max tracks and a shovel, even if you don't have any, like you don't do the tow strap or the snatch strap and don't know how to use those things, and you just have that shovel and those max tracks, like those have worked pretty good. You just shovel out, kick that thing, the max tracks under there, and get you a little traction, get you out of the snow drift or whatever. So highly recommend people carry a little something.
Yeah, and I just got in last night. This time yesterday, I was sitting in 90-degree weather.
Oh, where were you?
I was in Palatka, Florida.
Where's that?
It's about an hour and 45 minutes north of Orlando.
Okay.
I guess, between Orlando and Jacksonville.
Okay.
Yeah, it was actually really cool. I was up there with a thing called the Round Canopy Parachute Team.
Oh, I saw it on your Insta.
Yeah. It's a really cool group of fellas that are kind of preserving the lineage of World War II paratroopers. They have a plane, a C-47 called the Tico Bell, that made the drop on D-Day.
Jeez.
And it also made the drop on Market Garden.
Incredible.
And yeah, that's been a bucket list thing of mine since I was in the mill myself, because my dad, who was in the Army, he did a Honduran wing exchange in Honduras when he was a youngster, and they jumped to 47.
Wow.
And I saw the pic. I was like, that is so... I mean, and that's pre-Band of Brothers, where I thought that was cool, you know.
Wow.
'Cause I was into military history as a kid, and it's always been on my list, and I never got it. And then these guys popped up and were like, hey, we'd love you to come down and, you know, check out what it is we're doing. And I was like, oh, cool, yeah. And I was super stoked on what they were doing anyway. And then when I got there, it was like, oh, you have a C-47. That's awesome. And then they were like, yes, and it also did the drops on D-Day, and it did the drop on Market Garden. It was part of the Berlin airlift. So much history. Like the first climb to altitude to do the first static line jump on that, you could just feel it.
Wow.
You know, how many, you know, thinking about those paratroopers back on D-Day, like the amount of emotion that ran through that plane for that, and then for Market Garden is just, like I said, you could feel it.
Yeah.
It was really powerful and good stuff. And then
and you jumped with somebody jumped a World War II veteran too, right?
yeah, so we did a bunch of static line blasts, and then we did kind of at the end we did a free fall, and Art, the guy who runs Skydive Palaka, kind of a legendary skydiver, he tandemed in Vince, who's day after his 98th birthday, got tandemed in, and
big smile on his face for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody listening to this, go to. I think, is it on your Instagram or maybe Logan's and a couple of people's? I think
Logan
and it shows him coming in with a big old smile on his face. It's awesome.
Yeah, he was. I mean, God, inspirational, man. Every time, you know, they call him the greatest generation, but every time you're around one, I'm like twofold. I'm like, I hope I am that spry when I'm 98.
Yeah, seriously.
But also, I really hope there's a group of people who gives a shit what I have to say when I'm 98.
Yeah.
You know, like him. You know, he had a very, you know, voluntarily captive audience when he spoke. Like his stories, it was just like, you know, you look around the room, and you usually look around a room in the United States right now, and 25% of the people are going to be looking down at their phone.
Yeah.
You know, he had a hangar, you know, full of people, probably 200, 250-ish people, and he's talking. Not one person has their phone out looking at their phone. Everybody is just locked into what he's saying, and it was really cool. And then getting him, because he was on my, you know, he did the lift with me, so I got he signed my logbook for my jump, you know, and I'm like,
that's cool.
That's really cool, really cool.
And nice. What was his background? Did he talk about like lead up to World War II, going in? What was his story?
So he was a little older, you know, when Pearl Harbor happened, so he had to wait like 2 years to enlist. So he didn't make the drops on D-Day. He came in as a replacement right before Bastogne.
Oh wow.
So his stories about Bastogne were pretty wild, going in there as a replacement. So they put those guys into the field without guns. Like, it was a bunch of privates, and they had a replacement lieutenant. He had a 45, but he didn't have any mags or rounds.
Wow.
So they kind of put him on the road, and they were like, hey, your unit's that way. Just go. And he said, we're walking, and I'm like, he was trained as a machine gunner, right? He's like, I don't have a machine gun. And they're like, there's plenty up there.
Wow.
Kind of thing. So I can't recall was the 98th Infantry, I think. Don't quote me on that, but 98th Infantry had just kind of gotten their lunch eaten, and they were getting pushed back. So the 101st kind of like ripped with them on the line, and those guys were withdrawing. So as they were walking up, there's a scene about it in Band of Brothers.
Yeah, I'm thinking in my head, I'm like picturing one from that.
So as those guys were doing their, you know, kind of tactical withdrawal, these replacements were going in and being like, hey, you got a rifle? You got any clips? You got any, you know, grenades? And yeah, he had some really interesting anecdotes. Like some smart guy decided that they weren't going to wear jump boots in the field. Jump boots for jump operations. Okay. So they had like a combat boot, which was a newer thing. It had the that double buckle at the top. Oh. Probably seen them. Yeah. The Rangers wore them a lot. Okay. But they swapped those out, but it was rough side out leather. It was kind of a suede. Mm-hmm. So the guys who kind of, like he said, there were some guys who said, piss off, I'm wearing my jump boots, I'm a paratrooper.
Yeah.
And those guys were styling because, they'd polished the boots. They had a pretty good waterproof to them because of, putting the kiwi on it and all that. And the guys who had the combat boots were getting trench foot and frostbite and all that like crazy because that rough side out leather just wouldn't dry in the foxholes and stuff. Just little Easter eggs like that, little nuggets that were really, really cool. I could sit and listen to that guy talk for 2 weeks.
So awesome. I'm so glad there are organizations out there that are capturing these stories now because, growing up in the 80s, you always heard your parents say, I wish I had sat down and talked to my grandfather or my great-grandfather, World War I, World War II, and captured some of those stories. And at the time, they was like, I wish I'd recorded it on a tape recorder,
Exactly.
And but now there's organizations like the Best Defense Foundation is one that my daughter and I went to volunteer with, and she's 17 and she started when she was 16, but she got to sit down across the table from these guys that served in World War II. So now just rather than reading about it or hearing me talk about how important it is to appreciate that generation for what they gave us, now she gets to sit down across a table and share a week of meals with these guys, get them to their rooms, get them in and out of their wheelchairs, get them on the buses, get them to the events. And it changed her life. So, it's been incredible for her. And Tom Rice was one of the guys. He jumped into D-Day. He jumped in Market Garden, and an amazing life. But he didn't talk about it till way later in life. He just passed away. We got to do Pearl Harbor with him, and we got to go to Normandy with him for his last trip out there. And he passed away, and we went to his memorial in December. But it was really moving, especially for my daughter, to have that connection, because that connection's unfortunately getting lost for this generation, and they just hear it in passing, or they hear it from a parent, and anything you hear from a parent, or all the parents out there know, it's kind of like goes in one category. But if you have a touch point, you get to work with these guys and help them and hear their stories, and it's been really cool to see her do that.
Best Defense is great. We did we've done a couple of things with them at Black Rifle. We had a couple of guys come down to a video we shot in Bernie. Guy that was a P-51 pilot.
Oh, wow.
Got shot down. He got shot down when there were about 3 weeks left in the war.
Oh, jeez.
And he basically got protected by a German surgeon who kind of took him captive and just like carted him around because the Germans were gonna smoke him because they were pretty fed up at that point.
Jeez.
And he met up with the Russian lines, and then the Russians took him to the American lines. So
oh wow, really, glad he didn't get. I mean, there was a lot of Americans that disappeared behind those Russian lines.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I was like, and he's like, no, it was.
Wow,
fine.
I guess hit the right group.
Hit
That's
the right
amazing.
group. Yeah.
Did he bail out or did he crash and survive?
He bailed out.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine that. I mean, you're going down. You don't maybe cockpit full of smoke. So you're trying to figure out what altitude. Maybe you're not sure. Maybe you can see it. I don't know. You throw that canopy back. You have to climb out and throw yourself over the side of a plane that's going down. Like you're not just like hitting, grabbing something and boom, getting ejected out. Like you're ejecting yourself out. That's incredible.
That was when I talked to him, that was the biggest thing I was like curious about. I'm like, he's like, they trained you to bail out. I was like, well, did you ever get any training on the parachute? Like, and he's like, no, you just knew what to pull. I was like, did you know how to steer it or anything? He's like, no, like there was nothing.
Just going down.
You're just in a parachute and hope for the best.
Wow. That is absolutely
Yeah.
insane. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Crazy. And there's another guy, an amazing story, Jack Holder, who unfortunately recently passed away. But he was over 100. But he was I think he was a mechanic when Pearl Harbor happened. So he's working on a plane on the airfield, and he looks up and he sees these planes come over the mountains, bank down over the airfield, and he's watching them, and they strafe the airfield. And so it's the first wave. And he jumps into this ditch, which was then a sewage ditch, and now it's just a dry ditch. But he showed us these things, and the bullet holes, or the nicks in the runway are still there, and the holes in the hangar still there from Pearl Harbor. So then he's in that ditch, and then he jumps up, runs to the edge of the water, because the water's a few hundred yards away, and then he watches them bank, drop, and come in and drop the first torpedoes. and he went on to become a PBY pilot. So for those listening, it's a float plane that is also armed. And then he flew in the Pacific and sank a Japanese aircraft carrier and a Japanese submarine. And then they sent him over to the Mediterranean, and he sunk a Nazi submarine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Getting some.
That's a pretty decent body count there.
Yeah. I mean, you sink an aircraft carrier, you're part, there's other planes there too, but you're part of a squadron that sinks an aircraft carrier. It's
legit.
Yeah. That's pretty serious. That's back when it was real. Jeez. But what was your path into the military? I want to ask. Your dad was in the Army, and did he get his Honduran jump wings, by the way? Like did he?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
He did. So my path in the military was, I am an Army brat. My dad, he served 23 and a half years.
Wow.
He was a Vietnam vet. He was a door gunner in Vietnam. But he didn't get drafted. He enlisted, but it was like, he was kind of a troublemaker, kind of the cliche, go in the Army or go to jail thing.
Was he given that choice, or was it like that was the path? Like
he was.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty funny. Yeah. He got in a little bit of trouble, and he basically got told, you have to join the military today. So, both my grandfathers were in the Navy. My dad's dad, that grandfather was Navy vet. He got Purple Heart Silver Star in Battle of Guadalcanal. His ship, he was a minesweeper, but during one of the battles, his ship got hit by a kamikaze, broke the hull below the waterline, so the engine room started to flood. So him and another guy basically were diving into the engine room that was fully flooded and had, like, because the ship was underway, all that water in there was kind of like at boiling. It was super hot. So he basically made a bunch of trips down there, pulled a bunch of unconscious guys out. Jeez. And at the end of it, he woke up on a hospital ship.
Wow.
Because he was just fully burned on his whole body. But so anyway, his dad being a Navy man, he wanted to join the Navy. So, but he had this, you got to join like today. So he goes to the recruiting office, and it was a recruiting center back then that had every branch. So he walks up to the Navy door, and the guy had a sign up that said, had to leave early for the day. I'll be back Monday. My dad was like, shit. And he turns around. The Army guy was like, can I help you?
Oh, that's probably how they got a lot of people back then.
Yeah. So, my dad was in the Army for Vietnam. Jeez. He just did his time, got out, had a large break in service, and then came back in around the time my brother was born. And then, so I'm a true Army brat. My dad was in, when I was born. I was born into it.
Where were you guys stationed?
All over. So I was actually born at Walter Reed in DC. My dad was, when he came back in, he was a medic. So he was back then it was called a 91 Charlie, which was actually a nurse, but, it was the paper army. There wasn't any, electronic way of tracking people. So he was able to finagle his way into 2nd Ranger Battalion as a 91 Charlie rather than a 91 Bravo, which is a combat medic. Okay. I was born in DC. My dad, we went to Fort Lewis, Washington. He was there for a bit. Then he went to Korea. We lived in Korea for a couple of years. Then he came back to Fort Lewis, Washington, and then volunteered for 2nd Ranger Battalion. Became a medic there. He jumped into Grenada in 83 with the Rangers. He then, during his time at Ranger Battalion, they started sending Ranger medics to the SF medic course, which back then was called 300F1.
Okay.
Now it's SOMC or SOCM, whatever. I think it's the same one that team guys go to. So he was the honor grad from the course.
Nice.
So they kind of gave him the Maverick deal, like, hey, you were the honor grad, you can come back and be an instructor.
Nice.
So he then became an instructor at 300F1. So we lived in Fort Sam Houston, Texas, which the course was there then instead of being at Bragg. Then he went up, he was in the 82nd, 18th Airborne Corps Surgeon Office. And then around that time, my mom kind of got fed up with him being in these like very deployable, fast-paced billets, and said, hey, why don't you take a posting that's kind of more for your family?
Yeah.
So he's like, okay, well, what do you want to do? And my mom's like, well, I'd love to go see Europe. Like, let's go to Germany. So my dad's like, okay. And he gets sent over. He missed Operation Just Cause by about 2 weeks because we PCS'd to Germany.
Oh, was he not happy about that?
Not happy about that. But we'd lived in Germany for a year and a half, and then he was the first sergeant of a medical, an armored ambulance company. So like the M113 APCs with a big red cross on it.
Okay.
That was what he did. And then, Saddam invaded Kuwait. So he was in 2nd Armored Division at the time. So they deployed to, the Middle East, obviously, for Gulf War I.
Dang.
So, yeah, my dad hit Vietnam, Grenada, Desert Storm.
Still upset about that just cause, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That would have gotten him the headlights on the jump wings.
Seriously.
But, yeah, so after that, he was selected to the Sergeant Major's Academy. We moved to El Paso, Texas. And then as he was waiting to, get PIN D9, we moved back to Fort Lewis, Washington, which is where I graduated from high school.
Okay.
And I enlisted, at 17, late entry program for, back then it was RGV 4 contract, but now it's an option 40, which is the Ranger contract. And, yeah, that's how I got into the military.
I love Fort Lewis. I mean, you can go there. We did a couple different training exercises there over the years. And I remember January when I was a new guy jumping into Fort Lewis. Ground is frozen and it's raining. So there's not snow on the ground, but the ground's frozen and it's raining. Yeah. The whole week we're in the field, and we have Rangers out there looking for us, which was cool. But it's really doing some special reconnaissance stuff. And it was, I loved it. But a lot of guys were still using those same Vietnam era jungle boots in Fort Lewis on frozen ground. And for those listening, I don't know if all jungle boots had them, but a lot of them had the steel shanks in there because you didn't want to step on a punji stick. We're supposed to offer a little protection, I guess. But those also freeze. For metal will freeze like that. So your feet are frostbitten. You have like dive socks on. This is before September 11th. So the Golden Connex box had not yet opened. And I was fortunate that I came from a family that did a lot of backpacking and mountaineering and rock climbing and all that stuff. So I was always like, why aren't we wearing boots like this or that? Why are we in these jungle boots and we're jumping out of planes? There's really not that much ankle support in a jungle boot.
This is not the jungle.
And it's not the jungle. That's true. That is also but so I was I was in these kind of different kind of boots, or if we're going to be carrying a big pack like I was then, maybe something with a little more ankle support. So I always found that very interesting. But it's beautiful up there. I love Washington State. It's a beautiful state.
So I went through RIP, and then I wanted to go to 2nd Ranger Battalion. My brother,
and RIP is Ranger Indoctrination Program,
right? It's now RASP, but back then it was Regimental Indoctrination Program. Now it's Regimental Assessment and Selection Program, but kind of the same, used interchangeably. But you, in the course, you get to volunteer, or you get a wish list for which battalion you want. And I obviously put 2nd Battalion first because my dad was a grenade raider there. I went to high school there, and I love the Northwest. But got that, and I was kind of in not a minority, but most of the guys wanted to go to 1st Ranger Battalion because it's on the beach, it's all that. And I will say that being up there in 2nd Battalion, it's a very different culture from the rest of the regiment. And I say it makes you tough, right? Because you're always cold and wet. And I grew up almost every summer. My dad would send me and my brother out to my grandfather, who lived near Bend in Lapine, Oregon.
Oh, cool.
And we would go out, fish, trap, hunt, all that stuff all summer.
Nice.
And my grandpa, this is the same grandfather who got the Silver Star in the Pacific Theater. He wasn't necessarily a very nurturing man.
That generation was is not known for that.
Right. So I've told people, man, some of the hardest nights on the field I've had are when I was like, a 12-year-old kid camping with grandpa. But those lessons learned increased my bandwidth through training and all that, because I just knew how to kind of stay warm. I knew how to get my ass out of the water. I knew how to do all those things. And being at 2nd Ranger Battalion that whole time, or for the majority of my career, it really did. It makes you know how to take care of yourself, and like I said, increasing your bandwidth. Just having these little skills that can get you through more things. So I don't know if it's an unfair advantage, but I definitely, going through training as a boot and as a Ranger candidate and all that, I had a little bit of an advantage.
It definitely helps to have faced adversity before in one way, shape, or form, particularly when it comes to being cold and wet because it's not going to last forever. So I think there's an advantage to that because if a lot of people are going through and that's their first time, well, that's their first test. And I think those are some of the people that ring the bell first and leave. But if you've done this a few times before and you're like, okay, this is a part of it. Like, don't let it be a surprise that you're going to be cold and wet in the military, particularly in special operations. That's just a part of it.
Yeah. But in the being, kind of a 90s Ranger, a pre-GWAT Ranger, we had a thing in the regiment called Abrams Charter, which Creighton Abrams was the guy who formed the first 2 Ranger battalions, and he basically had a charter of like, here's why I'm standing up these Ranger battalions, right? And they're to be an elite, and I can't quote it off the top of my head anymore, but used to be able to. But the charter was basically, he formed those battalions in the mid-70s when the Army was in a very bad spot. It just coming out of Vietnam, lots of conscripts, lots of, discipline issues, all this. So he formed the Ranger battalions as like a standard bearer for the Army. And that was their charter. So every subsequent chief of staff in the Army gives a charter to the regiment. Okay. Now the regiment, back then just the Ranger battalions, before the regiment was formed. And when I got to Ranger Battalion, our charter included stuff that was basically we were going to be the innovators for the Army. Yeah. So testing off the shelf products, whether it's optics, comms gear, uniforms, any soldier systems, all that. Mm. So we did it was pretty cool that we could, go with our supply sergeant to REI in Seattle and be like, hey, let's grab these boots and let's grab this and let's grab that. And it wasn't super willy-nilly, but we did get to live a little more comfortably than your average bear that was going out and patrolling on Fort Lewis. And also just having a background where I knew a lot about that stuff. It was fun. I'm not a big gear guy when it comes to tactical stuff, but I do like to be comfortable.
Yeah.
So
why not?
Nice rucks, good boots, good socks, good underlayers, all that stuff I geek out on. And it was a cool time to be there, and it's also very cool to look back, at us in the late 90s and look at all the things that we kind of innovated for the military that are now commonplace throughout the force. Mm. One of those being the 240 Bravo, which that's a whole long story about how the Rangers captured those in Panama on Just Cause. Mag 58s.
Okay.
Brought the Mag 58s back, including all the gun gear, tripods, spare barrels, all that, and started using them in crew drill. And then the SOCOM commander came and observed training. I was like, what are these? He was like, we need to get those for everybody because these guys were just smoking everybody that was using M60s.
Wow.
At marksmanship, crew drill, everything.
Yeah.
And, it's funny, but it all traces back to this one squad of machine gunners in 2nd Ranger Battalion using the Mag 58.
Oh, wow. I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a cool, actually that kind of a legendary guy within the regiment. His name's Ray Fuller. He was our battalion armor. He's a civilian contractor. Korean War Marine, machine gunner, recon guy in Vietnam, retired, became our armor, just this old salty Marine.
Yeah.
And, he was one of the guys that when the guys brought those Mag 58s back, he's like, this is a way better machine gun than the M60. You guys should go out. And,
nice.
So, yeah, lots of little.
Interesting.
He just passed, which was pretty sad, but the effect that one little thing, that one little niche in time had throughout the entire U.S. military has 240, I think Limas now. But,
okay. Oh, really, Limas?
But man, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think we still had the 60 when I came in. M60, I think we did the M16, M60 assembly, disassembly, parts all mixed together, that sort of thing. It's like a little rite of passage there. But not too long after, maybe it was after September 11th. Some things are kind of blending together these days. Then we upgraded. But yeah, pretty sure it was still M60s when I first came in the late 90s. Did your brother go into?
Yeah, so my brother, he joined straight out of high school as well, Ranger contract as well. He went to 3rd Ranger Battalion for his first assignment. He joined in 92, so 5 years before me. He's 6 years older. He went to Mogadishu, but he was in Alpha Company, 3rd Ranger Battalion, which they basically went in after Bravo Company became combat ineffective due to all the casualties and whatnot.
Wow.
So he didn't get into the fight, but he did deploy there.
Was he already there to kind of to replace those guys, or did they come in flying after?
They came in after. Yeah. And so, back then I think his generation was kind of the first or the last generation that going from Ranger Regiment to SF and being a Green Beret was seen as like a natural progression. When I got there, it was a little less of a natural progression. It was like,
you're like a traitor if you go over there?
Yeah. It's going SF is you just
you don't want to keep it to yourself until you actually do it, type of a thing.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. And also, it's back then there was no wars going on, so it was like, hey, I'm growing bored with, because living in Ranger Regiment, it's kind of a cyclical Groundhog Day.
Okay,
it's like being Conan on the wheel. You're just pushing that thing around. You live your life in thirds. It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, RF1, RF2, RF3. You do this train up, you do this mod, and then you go on leave, and then you start over again. That's how it was kind of in peacetime.
And you guys weren't deploying for purpose, or you weren't deploying for presence like we were in the SEAL teams. You were on that cycle, essentially continental United States based, unless you were going somewhere for a train for an exercise or something.
Right, yeah. So we were, direct, so on RF1 we were on a, 9 or 18-hour sequence the whole time. So doing very local training, on Fort Lewis proper. RF2, you could go and do offsite training. So, going Fort Hunter Liggett, California, Mountain Home, Idaho. We used to go to those places on that part. So, and then that was also when we would do kind of the larger scale training, like big battalion level airfield seizures, company level live fire raids, all those things. And then 3, which was when you go on leave, and we would also do very off-site training, like go to Germany, go to Thailand, go to those types of places when it's like, okay, if the balloon goes up right now, you're not going to be on it.
Okay.
Type deal.
Yeah.
So it was, not to say it was boring, but it could get boring for guys,
Just repetitive nature of it.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next? When are we going to get used?
Yeah. And it's, we would occasionally get an alert and like go through a few hours of the sequence and then get stood down and all that. And guys got, disenchanted by it. And it was also, the high and tight days. It was, we were called the regiment for a reason, so, guys would grow weary of that, and they would want to go somewhere else.
Right.
And in the 90s, that was kind of the natural progression, was to go to SFAS and go, be a Green Beret somewhere. Well, then did guys think, okay, if I'm going to get after it, those guys must be doing some secret stuff, because you didn't really know back in the 90s. There wasn't like anybody coming back doing podcasts or posting on Instagram or saying like, hey, we're really not doing anything either. Or, hey, if we go somewhere, we can at least do an advise and assist, maybe Central South America. There must be something going on. I remember those newspaper articles back in the Iran-Contra days. They're still doing things. Was that kind of the hope? Yeah, I think it was like, hey, at least I'll be closer, right? I'm going to be going and doing these, what they call them, ruts or whatever. I don't know.
Realistic urban training stuff.
I can't remember, but like where an ODA would go to, Laos or where like Central America. But yeah, not so much like, oh, they're going and like getting in the fight, but they're at least close. So if something does happen, they're going to be in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but also I think it was just mainly, we're young guys and we're like one chop at the bit to do new things. And that was the natural progression. But then, once the GWAT started and we started working with other tier units, and seeing that the progression for people that did want to leave kind of skipped that step. Like, hey, I'm going to just go from here straight, to the unit or whatever. Right. So, but yeah, he went SF, ended up serving out the remainder of his career. I think he did about 22 years. He retired a master sergeant as well. Wow. Last billet, he was in, B-23, the SIF.
Okay.
CRIF now, I think they're called. Or
they're
not called anything now. I think.
Oh, really? I don't know. I know they changed their name a few years back, and then I didn't know if they changed it a third time.
And I think they're going to disband the CRIFs.
Oh, really?
I heard right. Or maybe that's not happening now.
It was for those listening or watching, the Commanders in Extremis Force. So a group of SF guys that really focused on CQB, CQC type stuff. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Which was funny because, my brother, if he'll listen to this, but, he left Ranger Battalion to go to SF. to end up going to a unit within SF that's just doing the same exact thing that you do in Ranger Battalion. So
nice.
yeah.
Got another tab though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got another tab, learned the language.
Yeah.
You know, he had a pretty cool career. He became, you know, master free fall, master dive soup, all that, you know, quintessential special forces team sergeant guy, sniper, everything. So he had a good run. He had a good time in the military, and he retired, you know, I think just probably 3 years before I did.
Okay.
2 or 3 years before I did.
That's a solid run you guys had.
Yeah. My brother, I always call him, he's like my life's one man, you know. he went and did everything before I did it.
Oh yeah.
So I got to learn from all his mistakes.
Okay. There you
go. So yeah, it was around 2003 or 4. I'd done, I don't know, 3 or 4 deployments to Afghanistan. I hadn't been to Iraq yet. And I gave him a call. I was like, I'm going to go to SFAS. I want to go SF. I'm like, our deployments up to that point in Afghanistan were not super sexy.
Okay.
Like a lot of like movement to contact, you know, sitting on corners for other tier units, all that. And I was kind of disenchanted with it. And my brother was like, don't. Just stay where you are. Stay in Ranger Regiment. That's a place to be for this type of thing. Trust me. And he was right. So great piece of advice he gave me there, sticking it out. And then, you know, for us around 2005, we started kind of pulling unilateral ops. And by the time I was out, you know, the Ranger Regiment ran, you know, the Joint Task Force in Afghanistan. And, you know, we were up here doing the things I joined the Army to do.
Nice.
From like 05 on. So
that was good advice from your bro. All right. Nice shout out to him. Awesome. Where were you on September 11th then?
September 11th, we were actually on one of those training pumps. So we were over in Germany, and we were at a Mount City, you know, like the fake city you do training on. I can't remember the
military operations in urban terrain. For those listening, I think we changed it to SAUC, right? Isn't it now special operations? Maybe training. I don't know. Anyway, they like to change the acronyms on you every now and then. Some officer comes into a billet where he needs to put something in his eval where it says change the name, you know, of something, and then gold star for you.
Yeah, good work fixing something that wasn't broken. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we were out there, and you know, this is pre-smartphone. You know, obviously September of 01. My entire company was out at, you know, we used to, when we would go and do the urban training stuff, we would go on a post. They have a city, you know, a mock city. So we would just kind of truck out there with our rucks and like make it a little camping trip. We'd, you know, go admin at night after we'd done our night training and like, you know, start fires and like, it was fun. Yeah. You know? And then train all day, force on force and doing all this stuff. So we were out there doing that at this mock city in Germany. And I was actually standing next to, I was a weapons squad leader at the time, standing next to my platoon leader and my company commander, great company commander named Frank Genio. Hopefully he'll hear this, but he was the only guy in the company that had a phone. He had the Iridium phone, you know, the sat phone. And he gets a call on it, and he's just like, oh, holy shit. Like, you can just see his face changing. And he's like, this is after all the planes had hit. You know, they decided to call, and he's like, hey, there was just a huge terrorist attack in the States. Like, have your boys keep their shit packed. We may be rolling out of here soon. So that, you know, we're all like, fuck, chomping at the bit.
Yeah.
You know, we're like, we're going to war.
Yeah, you're closer.
We're going to war.
Yeah.
And we're in Germany. We're like 8 hours closer than
exactly.
Else. Little do we know that like 3rd Battalion had already been alerted, and they were already going through the N-hour sequence, and they were heading over to a number of different staging bases in the Middle East that they went to support, you know, what they ended up doing. So yeah, we went through the rest of the training calendar that we had laid on for Germany, and then redeployed back to Fort Lewis, and we were all some pretty salty sons of bitches.
Yeah, because you thought you missed it now.
Yeah, like you know, one of the worst mornings of my life was woke up and turn on the news, and there's 3rd Ranger Battalion jumping into Objective Rhino in Afghanistan, and we thought we missed it.
Yep. Everybody did.
Little did we know.
We thought the same thing. I was in a chow hall in Kuwait when I saw they had like, I think CNN at the time up on TVs in the corner of the dining hall facility thing. And we saw them jumping in. They had those images of the guys jumping in. And we thought same thing. We thought we missed it. We're like, man, we're deployed. We're ready to go. We're a cold weather platoon. And we fly to the Middle East, I think on the way there. We still thought we were going to Afghanistan. And then we were in Guam. And then we land in Kuwait and find out we're just going to take over for SEAL Team 3, who is going into Afghanistan. And I think maybe we gave them our snowshoes. And anyway, didn't have all that gear that we had ready to go. Yeah. And anyway, it worked out. Before September 11th, in the SEAL teams anyway, kind of the only game in town was shipboardings, enforcing the UN embargo against Iraq for oil. And so you could get to go out there in what they called the Northern Arabian Gulf at the time on our maps anyway, and ships would come out of Iraq and they take a hard left and head towards Iranian waters, and you had just a few minutes to get on board and take them down. Yeah. Or if they got to international water, Iranian waters, then you climb down, get on a boat, and don't get in a shootout with Iranian patrol boat type thing. Yeah. But after September 11th, that lost its luster. Everybody wanted to get to Afghanistan. We thought we missed it. We got to do those shipboardings, which ended up long term being an okay thing, because that's the only time I got to do it in my time in uniform was then. That was the only like maritime type stuff that I really got to do. But we thought we missed it. Everybody in special operations that wanted to get in that fight thought they missed it. And then, little did we know we had 20 years of getting after it after that.
Plenty of time. And then, so then, we were.
Yeah, when's your first time going?
It was April, May of 2002. Right. So on our
That's pretty quick. I mean, looking back.
Yeah.
You thought you were late at the time.
Yeah.
But probably now looking back, that's early in.
Yeah. Because, we went in order. So 3rd Battalion went and did their thing. And they swapped them out, ripped them out with 1st Battalion. 1st Battalion then had, Talker Gar, Roberts Ridge happen. And they did a number of other cool little actions that aren't as well known. Had a decent deployment. Well, then, around the time 175 was wrapping up, they were basically like, hey, there's not enough real work here for an entire battalion. So they were only going to deploy one company out of 275. And I was in Charlie Company at the time. They picked Bravo Company. And we were fucking super shitty britches then. Uh-huh. In addition, because we were still wearing high and tights back then. So they were like, hey, Bravo Company's going. So they let Bravo Company start growing their hair. Right? Oh. So these guys are walking around with...
At an insult to injury.
Insult to injury, yeah. So, I don't know, it was about a month after they announced that, then they were like, we're going to bring 2 companies. So Charlie Company's going to go. So then you had Alpha Company sitting over there, and they were fucking super shitty britches. But then they ended up deploying the whole battalion. They kind of put, Alpha Company kind of went down in the south. Bravo Company was in kind of TF Central, and we were kind of we were basically just doing anything we could, area denial, movement to contact, just, confirm or deny,
What was your MOS?
I was an 11 Bravo. I was just a regular infantry guy. But
getting after it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that first deployment, a couple platoons of Bravo Company got into it. They had some contact, but nobody in my entire company shot a fire around in anger, you know. But still a cool experience, doing some stuff and patrolling. That's really what we were doing, is just patrolling the mountains and doing. It's
early on. What vehicles were you guys using?
That was kind of a fun thing. So we had the RSOVs in Regiment. I don't know if you know what that was. It was
to look at it.
It was a British-made Land Rover, but basically just the roll cage. It was bought. Only Ranger Regiment had it, and we got them because you could fit it into a 47 when you took the turret gun off. And we really used them for airfield seizures. So, basically the jump clearing team and the assault company would jump in, take out any threats, clear the runway, land the heavies, and then vehicles would roll off to expand the airhead line and pull security. So the vehicles we were using back then were the RSOV, which were pretty cool vehicles.
Yeah.
Real quiet.
Not armored?
Not armored. No, the only armor on there is what you're wearing.
Yeah.
And so they deployed those to Afghanistan. And then we were like, oh wow, these things are actually pieces of shit.
Really?
If you take them off of them, like we only used them on airfields.
Right.
You try and off-road with them. More importantly, you try and load an entire squad on them with a true combat load of live ammo, live frags, live grenades, enough water, enough food.
Yeah.
Which we never really did. They were always just, basically like a 5 to 6 hour mission profile for those. So we took those and they basically all broke.
Wow.
And it's funny.
That's probably why I never saw them after that.
Yeah. And it's pretty funny. I didn't know how to turn on a Humvee.
It's not intuitive.
Yeah, when I first deployed and they started bringing us, we called them GMVs.
Okay.
I don't even remember what that stands for, but basically it was a
government something vehicle. Government GMV.
It was just a stripped down Humvee.
Yeah.
With a turret. So we had to get smart on those, and these vehicles were not good. They'd
your Humvees, you mean?
Yeah,
because they were just like regular Humvees. They just gave to you without anything.
Yeah, and they'd been like pre-staged in like Kuwait and Iraq. I think they belonged to 5th Group at one point, and they were just in very, very poor repair.
Yeah.
And again, no armor. So we were trying to figure out, and guys were doing dumb stuff like, oh, let's line the bottoms with sandbags.
Right.
Like all this stuff, which like, it makes you feel good to do that, but actually it'll mess you up worse if you get blown up with, a bunch of sandbags on the ground. So yeah, we had to like kind of learn ground mobility. It wasn't
on the fly.
It wasn't something we did before.
Wow.
In the 90s, the battalion was kind of separated. Like you had 3 rifle companies. Well, ACO was what we go, the Jeeps and bikes, right? So Alpha Company were the kind of mobility guys.
Okay.
They ran the RSOVs. They had, motorcycles and all that.
Did they? When did they get motorcycles?
Oh, we had motorcycles the whole time I was in. Yeah.
Nice.
Again, mainly just for airfield seizure operations.
Got it.
And then you had Bravo Company was kind of like the JCT company.
JCT?
Jump clear team. So on an airfield seizure, jump in, clear obstacles off the runway, mark obstacles for moving. And then Charlie Company, which was I was in, was the assault company. So we would jump in and hit the targets around the airfield.
Okay.
So that kind of ebbed and flowed. Like it went to that way, having a company. When I first got there, that was down to the company level. So 3rd platoon was Jeeps and bikes, 2nd platoon was assault, 1st platoon was JCT. So when I was a brand new guy for about 6 months to a year, we were JCT. So I was a biker when I first showed up. I lucked out. I hit the new guy lottery. So
nice. What bike was it?
God, I looked this up the other day. I can't remember.
Kawasaki's?
No, I want to say it was a full size like 250 bike, and you'd just pack it with honeycomb, put a T10 cargo parachute on it. Jumpmaster would push it out.
Dang.
It had overt chem lights on it, and JCT we jumped the dash ones, the steerable rounds. Mm. So you'd follow that out, follow your bundle, break it down, pull it out of the bundle, and start riding it around, and you would just drop chem lights on obstacles on the runway. And then once you did that, then you just kind of ride around and screen, the perimeter. So as a brand new guy,
that's pretty awesome.
Like you're on a radio,
especially Chuck Norris Delta Force. You're like fired up being on a bike in the military.
They were all spray painted all black. It was pretty cool.
Nice. How did they, when they landed with that honeycomb, like cardboard essentially as a cushion? Did they usually land okay? Could you start them right up?
They were usually okay. The thing that would happen most often is they would just get flooded.
Yeah.
From landing on their side or whatever. But, if the riggers had to usually make the bundle, and they were pretty good at it. So it always land kind of like where it was standing up.
Okay.
Very seldom did they like burn in or have anything bad happen.
That's cool.
The big variable with pushing those full size bike bundles was, and then later as a jump master, pushing those bundles, you're 9 times out of 10 pushing out of a C-130. It's big, and you have to kind of put it in the door just right, kind of teetering on a corner so that when you push it, it falls out. If you do it incorrectly, the relative air will grab it and just pin it against the trail edge of the door, and you're not getting it out of there. And then you have basically made it so a bike and probably 15 assaulters are not getting out of that bird. So it happened a couple times. Pretty embarrassing if you're a jump master and can't get your bike.
Do you have to cut it away?
No, you just have to basically wait for the bird to bank and it'll release that relative error and pull it back in and try for another try. But
dang.
yeah, you're not getting it out if it gets pinned like that. But
that's wild.
Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah, that is a new guy lottery to hit something cool like that.
Yeah. It's funny, like when I think back about you're talking about the maritime stuff. Like you're the only guys who could do that, and you guys had so many little things that were just they're not written in a book anywhere.
Yep.
But they get passed down, and
that's how it was.
It's the same for airfield seizure now.
Okay.
I think about we're the only people who did that.
Yeah.
And the little things, like, hey, if you're pushing a bike bundle, you have to do this, like that's not written in a book anywhere.
Interesting.
It's written how to do it, but not
right
to the minutia that will ensure your success.
Right.
And other little things about, halfway de-rigging before you hit the ground so that you're fast out of your harness and you can pack it up and all this stuff that are, I think, still there.
Yeah.
Because they're still doing that mission. But it's fun to think about all the different units who do these different things. Like if I were a tanker, all the little things they know about those tanks and stuff like that. It's cool, and I hope that there are people in every facet of the military that are kind of keeping track of that stuff and writing it down, and telling the stories and keeping it going.
Yeah, a lot of those lessons, get lost or diluted, I should say, not lost. They get diluted. Like we had our, we were using Vietnam tactics up until the September 11th.
Yeah.
Just because that's what we knew, because that's what those guys passed on. And we're like, oh, we'll just drop those tactics in the desert. We'll drop them into Fort Lewis. Yeah. We'll drop them up on this mountain. And then September 11th happened and we realized that, okay, different environments require us to adapt in a different way. The jungle stuff was awesome for the jungle still, but now we're on a mountaintop at 10,000 feet, and there's no jungle.
Yeah.
And so we need to adapt accordingly. So we did fairly quickly, and that was being a small force, I think that was our main, the attribute that allowed us to succeed early on is that we adapted quickly.
Yeah.
We didn't have to wait for somebody to come down. We did it quickly at the tactical level and then pushed that information out. Like you're talking about Afghanistan. So I got there after you. I got there in 2003. And so we had Hiluxes.
Yeah.
But they weren't the ones that would come later, that came from, I don't know, it was an aftermarket factory, I guess, that still looked like Hiluxes, but you get a double take. They're like, okay, it looks like a little bit higher, must be a different suspension. Okay, look at those windows, look at it looked a tiny bit different. Back in 2003, we had to do it ourselves, or I should say our mechanics had to do it. And so they were armoring those things up. They were doing what they could to the engines, and those things worked really, they worked. They did the job in Afghanistan, probably more so than the ones that you guys were using.
Yeah.
The Land Rover things.
Yeah, on my second deployment, went back to Afghanistan, 03, 04. We were there when the Iraq invasion happened.
Okay.
Which, again, we were poopy about that. But,
yep.
I remember we were out of Asadabad and had just this hodgepodge of like GMV,
vehicles.
Old crappy Humvees. We had a few Hiluxes. We had a Tacoma. I remember I was a weapons squad leader, so I didn't actually have a maneuver element to run. So I was kind of like, help the platoon sergeant, help the PL, like a third, platoon level leadership guy. So I kind of could just go wherever I wanted and invent stuff. So I drove a Hilux that had the steering wheel on the wrong side.
Nice.
Because I'm left-handed, or steering wheel over here, I'm left-handed. So I was the only guy that could drive this manual transmission with the left-hand shift. And yeah, we did a lot of driving on that trip.
Okay.
And yeah, we
using those Hiluxes and Tacomas, or did you get the Humvees out there?
Yeah,
as well?
It was a mix. Okay. So probably, and we had a little bit of Indige that would come out with us.
What did they have?
They were driving Hiluxes. Yeah, all Hiluxes. And they kind of learned a TTP of just basically using them to kind of mark the route, and then having a couple of guys, senior guys, in the trucks with them to be like, yes, the GMVs can make it this far, or no, they can't make it this far. Because they're
pretty wide.
Those Afghans can get a Hilux up and around and through things that you're like, that looks impossible.
Yeah.
Like a Hilux sticking to a rock face like that. And there were a few times when I was in that role, when I would drive with the Indige guys and he'd be getting ready to go over something. I'd be like, let me get out real quick. I'll ground guide you.
Yeah.
You know, because just like,
just in case.
saying how I'm going to go, you know? But yeah, a lot of ground mobility, a lot of just patrolling. Main threat was IEDs and indirect fire. Like we were in a couple little like tiny ambush tick type things, but nothing real substantial, nothing to write home about. So another deployment that was kind of lame is not the right word, but
not what you were expecting. You were expecting to get after it. And and then, I mean, a lot of focus had shifted to Iraq then at that point. Assets, a lot of, you know, the brain power that had been focused on Afghanistan now shifted to Iraq because that was the hot ticket. Yeah. And Afghanistan got neglected for a little bit, it seems. Yeah. But those Humvees on those roads in Afghanistan, probably not the best. Maybe other people out there have a different experience or whatever, but there's a reason that the Hilux works so well over there.
Yeah.
Not the very heavy Humvees. We got some good Humvees though. I don't know if they ever went to Afghanistan. I don't remember them in Afghanistan, but I think a year later, maybe 2004 time frame, we got the gun trucks, like the real Humvees that had the different, I think they had like something different about the engine, but they had different tires and suspension, and they were all set up for special operations, but they weren't armored initially. And, but they looked cool. You had guns everywhere. You had those mounts, the swing arm mounts everywhere. Like they were legit. The SF guys had the miniguns on theirs. They had like the battery powered like minigun from Predator on there. That thing, we didn't have that, but we had put 50s up there at the time, like 240 Golfs maybe up there.
The twin 240s.
Yeah, twin 240s. But the SF guys had the minigun because I got to work with them a few times, and that was always cool just to have that thing back there. Seemed pretty cool. But we started using the vehicles, learning how to fight with the vehicles in training and how to maneuver the vehicles to fight with them, which was pretty cool, developing those tactics, learning how to work on them, learning how to fix them, learning how to do all the things you need to do with a down vehicle to get people out. Like it was good training. But after all that training, once we got to Iraq, that's when they or brought them to Iraq, that's when like the IED threat went through the roof. And they're like, no more unarmored Humvees out there. So we had to not use those anymore and start using the ones that were all up armored.
Yeah, and I remember when that. So my first Iraq was 05. Okay. And we were doing a little bit of.
Where were you?
Initially, I started in Baghdad, and then did a little bit of vehicle stuff. But they were up armored Humvees, like basically regular Army Humvees. But during that, they then got like a modification kit that they put on those trucks you're talking about, which were pretty good. So you had armor in the back, but you still could put dismounts in the back that could still engage stuff from the back, plus armor protecting the we call it the penalty box, like the inside. I
never heard that before, the penalty box.
Yeah.
I like it. It's going to make it into a novel.
So, yeah, we were rolling around there, but really that was kind of one of the only places you could use those. That was Baghdad then was pretty, it wasn't permissive, but it wasn't non-permissive, right? Like you would get in some gunfights when you found the people, but it wasn't super dangerous going to and from things unless you were on an MSR, right? They had
Route Irish. They knew you were going
to
moving up and down that thing.
But for us, going out and doing raids and stuff, they didn't really target us on roads that weren't major roads. They were targeting mainly, logistics and stuff like that. Mostly in the daytime. You're pretty safe at night. But about halfway through, I was still a squad leader at that point. About halfway through that deployment, not halfway, quarter of the way, squadron from the unit way out west in Iraq took a bunch of casualties and basically did a request for forces for like, hey, we need, 7 Rangers to come out here to augment this troop because they took so many casualties and they just didn't have enough guys to go out. Yeah. So I was a senior squad leader in my company at the time. I volunteered for it and they were like, yeah, pick a super squad, like pick your favorite guys to go out there. And I was a squad leader. So I was like, I'm just taking my squad. I'm not going to cherry pick dudes from other things that we haven't trained together, yada, yada. So I think it was 7 of us went out there and basically worked out west. So I was in Al-Assad for the rest of that deployment in 05. So that deployment in 05 was kind of my baptism by fire, so to speak. tons of contact. We lost 3 guys. Not my squad, but the element lost 3 guys. A lot more guys wounded. Just super contact every night.
What were you doing at that point? Were you building up your own target packages, or were you blocking force containment force for tier 1 type units, or were you?
So I was just there with a troop from the unit.
Okay.
There were 7 Rangers, and I basically augmented this troop. So I was fully under them. So I was basically a team leader in the troop. And yeah, I was, from tooth to tail, developing targets and then hitting them. And we basically, we call them sieges. So it was out west. I mean, we were attacking the rat lines from Syria that fed Baghdad with foreign fighters. So Al-Assad, Al-Qaim, Arabit, all those places on that highway that led into, first Ramadi, which Ramadi was kind of the eastern limit of that western kind of Wild West thing. But yeah, we were doing these sieges, so we would pick kind of a spot, Arabit, Al-Qaim, whatever, and just siege it. We would go out, do raids every night, and just try and keep these dudes on their heels. So, we were hitting, facilitators, but they were heavily supported by pipe swingers. So a good amount of contact. It was non-permissive for driving. So everything was aerosol. Everything. We had a whole package of MH-60s. So we were just hitting on Blackhawks and Little Birds.
Did you land on the X at this point?
Oh yeah. Yeah. That deployment was why you joined the military to be a special operations person. It was, sitting in the door of a 60, landing on the X, running up, blowing a dude's door, going in and killing everybody in his house.
Doing the job.
Doing the job, yeah.
Are you like, finally?
Yeah, finally. And just, I mean, I could have done that deployment forever.
Yeah, I understand.
But again, it was spicy. It was froggy. We had, again, a lot of casualties. And that was also a time period. So where we were developing new TTPs, like the tactical call out and, the offset infill. So, we were initially the SOPs or the TTPs for us were, find the compound, isolate it with, direct fire, and then breach perimeter gate, gain foothold, breach PAX gate, or breach PAX door on actual building. Well, the enemy started to learn that TTP. So they would let us breach that gate outside, the perimeter gate, kind of the vehicle gate of the compounds. Like they're all kind of the same. They would let that happen. They would even let it get as far as breaching the door of the compound and then suck assaulters in and then ambush or VBID or whatever. So we had a couple targets where they let assaulters get kind of sucked into the building, then initiated contact and then you have, wounded or killed guys cut off from the rest of the element, and then you had to, basically fight your way in and fight your way out. So what they were doing was taking our air power away from us, because you can't drop a bomb in a building if your guys are in it. So we developed, some TTPs for using the K9 to get in, get those guys out, whatever. But then we were like, what are we doing? Like, let's just surround the place and call them out. And I remember just sitting in our planning bay with the troop commander, and he's wargaming this, and we were all just like, yeah, that's pretty simple. That's going to work. But what do we do if they don't come out? He's like, well, we just blow up their house. So developing that tactical call out, and just using, using our rotary wing cast platforms, our fixed wing cast platforms as non-standard ISR, like all these things that are very, very embedded in all of our units within special operations. Were like, these were things that we were figuring out, doing, down to our breaching. Like, hey, if we use this breach on this gate, the overpressure will pop that. So, just thinking outside the box, like we went from being like okay, here's what our plan is mindset to becoming way more enemy focused in our planning and our thought process. And I've said it before that deployment kind of shaped my ethos for the rest of my career.
Okay.
Because it was one where we were figuring out TTPs. We weren't following them. We were figuring them out. Because the enemy was a kind of always, like, not always, but they were a step ahead of us a lot of time because they knew both our previous SOPs and they kind of knew our limitations due to the ROE. So, yeah, that was a big deployment for me, the summer of 2005.
Yeah, I mean, that was a time when that adaptation and development of tactics, and of course, it's always a game of constant adaptation on both sides. But the enemy tends to be a little more agile, and a lot of times because there's not as large of a bureaucracy attached to them.
Yeah.
But they're changing, we're adapting to them, they're adapting to us, and typically whoever does that faster, wins the day.
Yeah.
Maybe not the next day because that adaptation then occurs, but that was a wild time to be doing what you were doing.
Yeah, it was. And that was, I think that was kind of around the time too when a lot of us realized, like, you have a guy that's willing to come out and just clack himself off in front of you. You're like, this is going to last a while.
Interesting. So are you thinking about that while you're there? I mean, you're so deep into it because you're responsible for your squad, your team, your element. Are you thinking like, wait a sec, well, what are we doing here? How long are we going to do this for? Can't we do this forever if we just continue to do this? Kind of like large city SWAT teams are going to do tonight. They're going to go out and serve warrants tonight. Are we going to continue to do this, or does it like do you think about an end state to what you're doing at the time, or are you like, hey, I'm just focused on these tactics and getting my guys home, crushing the enemy. Let's do it again tomorrow night.
I started to not wonder what was going to happen, but I started to see kind of the whack-a-mole way. This is also the time period when McChrystal came on as, the JSOC commander. And we started this, his whole team of teams concept and like the speed of war.
Right.
Just banging targets. And I was like, man, we are eating these guys as lunch.
Yeah. We can do this forever.
But my life is no different, and the battle space is no different now than it was when I got here.
Yeah.
And I just spent 90 days doing killer capture raids, and there's nothing really different. And then you go home, you train, you come back for another one, and then same thing. And you go do it again and again. And 3 years later from this, you start to see, you'll do your target package, it'll come up, you'll get the guy's picture, and he's wearing an orange jumpsuit in his picture. You're like, oh, we bagged this guy like fucking 2.5 years ago. And it starts to be like, okay, what are we doing? And then you start to think, how can I really protect my element, right? So I never got into that mindset of this isn't worth it, whatever, because I knew, as our task force, we were, the way I kind of would articulate it to my guys was, we're here to give our battle space owners freedom of movement, right? So we didn't own a battle space like, say, a guy in the 82nd or the 101st did. We had an area of responsibility, and we were there to support them. So, if we were able to develop a target that's a guy who's an IED facilitator, or he's a foreign fighter, armorer, or a financier, if we go out and hit that guy, that's going to maybe free up those grunts that are operating that battle space for a day or two, right? And if you don't go and hit that target, even though you think it's like, oh, this isn't important, it has no larger effect. Well, it may have an effect on those guys, right? Like, maybe they don't hit an IED tomorrow because we go and we kill the trigger man that was supposed to go there, or we go and capture the dude that was supposed to give the components to build an IED that was going to get buried 2 days from now. So while it was frustrating on like kind of the larger strategic level, it was pretty gratifying at the tactical level. To be able to say you're helping those guys out. And if you came in, we would kind of have our spots we would hit a lot of targets on, in the cities proper or whatever, say different, I did Tikrit, I did Mosul, Baghdad again, just all these places. But like, if you head out to, kind of a more remote patrol base with a conventional Army unit on it, say they have a platoon or platoon plus or company minus, whatever, and you come out and you pre-stage at their site, and then you wait because we had, all these additional intelligence capabilities, we're able to go out and hit these targets that they don't even know exist. Yeah. And we could come in and, we called them sieges, Knights of the Long Knives, all these things. But go out and just bang targets at night, doing things that those conventional guys didn't have the capabilities to do, just, practically. And they also kind of weren't trained for it. That was gratifying. Being able to, hit targets they didn't have the capabilities to. And, I think at the end of the day, it probably saved a lot of their lives and a lot of limbs and stuff like that. So, like one scenario, my platoon was in Mosul, and out west of Mosul and Tal Afar, right on the border, the first cav was out there, and they were getting their lunch eaten. They were a heavy division. They would, death before dismount. So they would just drive out. They weren't real good at getting into the weeds, clearing buildings, all that. They weren't agile, so they couldn't do time-sensitive target raids. They just don't have the agility. And a lot of that, too, is due to the, subordinate leader trust that just doesn't exist in the bigger army. Yeah. But we drove out there, spent a week out there, and just banged targets every night. Yeah. And when we left, like, their commander's like, thank you, man. Like, wow, you got this guy. We've been going after this guy for, 9 months. We can't find him. And you just came in and just knocked all these targets off the board. So it was good. I really enjoyed, and people have asked in the course of my career why I never went to selection to go to an SMU or anything. And I loved my job. Nice. I loved doing that mission set. Yeah. I loved getting new Rangers and training them up and watching them become fire team leaders and squad leaders. And, guys that were in my elements are now company first sergeants and regiment and stuff like that. I really loved that, progression. Yeah. And seeing, people that I'd helped train go out and just permeate not only the Ranger Regiment, but the rest of the Army.
Yeah, you can have a huge impact. One person in the military can have a huge impact on that next generation of soldiers, no doubt about it. When you started to lose guys or lose friends, either in your element or other elements, did you start to question, like, what are we doing here? Like, how long are we going to do this for 50 years and just lose guys? And is that worth it, or is it not? Or like, how did that impact any of your decision making downrange?
I think, my best friend, a guy named Dave McDowell, he was Ranger buddies with me, or same squad as privates, best friend. He got killed in 2008. And it had the opposite effect. It made me stop really questioning the why, and it just made me want to go out and kill as many people as I could, to be honest. I think it gave the bloodlust to me for, I didn't care
about the other
stuff. Yeah. I just knew I wanted to go and
get after it while you could.
Get after it and, get as much payback, so to speak, as possible. Yeah.
How many deployments did you do?
15.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's wild.
A couple of those. I did one deployment that was it's kind of more like a staff position, but I was standing up the OCG, which was the Operational Coordination Group, which was basically like our task force trying to stand up an Afghan counterpart, kind of an Afghan JSOC, so to speak. So it was like Katejas, some of the commandos and all that. Well, me and a Marine, Lieutenant Colonel, recon guy, were basically tasked like, hey, train their staff, right? So I was kind of the ops sergeant major role. He was kind of the commander / ops role. Okay. And we had all these Afghan colonels and generals, and we were trying to train them in how to, like the stuff you're saying, like develop target decks, develop SOPs to hit time-sensitive targets, like trying to turn some element into a unilateral Afghan force that can do this stuff. And not why I joined the Army.
Yeah, yeah.
But
how is their leadership, tactical level leadership?
not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's I think one of the worst, but not good when we measure them with our yardstick, right? Like, I think one of the bigger mistakes we made in Afghanistan was trying to turn Afghans into Americans rather than really doing a case study on how they operate and the people there who have had both tactical and strategic success and being like, okay, what is this person doing? Instead, we were like, hey, here's what we do. And it's like, that's never going to work because 3 months after we give them radios, they're not going to work. You know, all these things. And it was like, you know, so.
Yeah. I wonder how many of those helicopters we left behind are flying.
Flying now?
Right now.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. Or probably a few of them are in China, I would guess, Russia.
Yeah. I'm sure they have, I would wager that there are some people from other countries there helping them maintain that stuff.
Yeah. Or just going through them. Then say, this is, you know, breaking them down, breaking them apart, reverse engineering. I'm sure that's, they're going through every piece of equipment we left behind. Yeah,
it was a surreal experience. I don't know if you know, I was at HKIO during the withdrawal.
I did know that. I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, it was surreal just watching, like, you know.
Who were you there with?
Myself. Yeah. I went there as a freelance journalist, and I was going to report for Coffee or Die. The original plan was to show one of those nonprofits that was helping evacuate people. It was called Arc Solace. I'm not even sure if they still exist. But I was going to go and basically just show how they were flying people out, right? So their whole thing was they were able to charter civilian flights, give it a military tail number so that it could fly in and pick up all these people.
Were the pilots like Delta airline pilots type thing, or were they military pilots flying those?
No, they were. Yeah, they were like Hungarians or something. Yeah, like kind of Eastern Bloc airline pilots. But yeah, the original reason that Arc Solace started and kind of like the backstory of how I went there. I have a friend / mentor named Jane Ferguson. She worked for Al Jazeera. She works for PBS now. Awesome combat correspondent. She's done some embeds that'll blow your mind. And she'd kind of been mentoring me in writing, and just journalism in general. And when Biden announced the withdrawal, I asked her if she was going to go, and she said yes. And I said, well, what do you want to do? And all this. And she said, hey, you can come with me as like, you know, kind of a, you know, extra set of hands, security, you speak the lingo, all this. But you should really find your own stories. And Jane had done an article or a story about one of these Afghan commandos. And basically, because, you know, just Afghan culture stuff, because he got all this notoriety and he got all this publicity, his boss got jealous and fired him. So they kind of, she didn't have access to the commandos anymore, because they were scared that something similar would happen. So she's like, hey, if you can get access to any of these, you know, Afghan special operations units, because those are the only guys really out there getting after it. Everybody else is just sitting, you know, at BCPs or whatever, not really doing much. So I hit my network and got us access to a unit called the 777, which is kind of the Afghan 160th, just the Afghan Special Operations Aviation. And then through them, we were going to be able to get embeds with different Katehas and other Afghan commando units. So everything was going great. I like had all this access.
Are you over there at this point?
No. So I was going to go and also do this and give publicity to this group called Arc Solace, who these guys had been friends with the 777 guys. So the 777 were like, hey, we don't want to leave Afghanistan. We want to stay and fight, but we want our families to get out so that we don't have to worry about, Alibaba sneaking into the middle of the night and killing my family while I'm supporting the ANA. Mm-hmm. So that was kind of the plan. Get over there, get in with 777, just show them getting after it. After we withdraw, showing them fight the Taliban. Well, then I fly to New York. I'm with Jane, with her cameraman, and we're watching, like, the Taliban are, like, just blitzkrieging through.
Yeah,
like
what month is this? Because if you were watching, you could see provinces falling. Boom,
yeah, this was
boom,
this
boom.
was August, like right, so early August, and right around the time, it was like the day before we were flying, they were on the outskirts of Kabul, and Jane was like, "I'm gonna go." She's from Northern Ireland as well. She's done embeds with the Taliban. She had a Taliban fixer. She was able to navigate that safely. She told me, she was like, "You can come, but I wouldn't recommend it.
You might get beheaded."
Yeah, because this is, we didn't know what we didn't know yet. It was like, oh, you're a former Army Ranger and you get behind the lines of the Taliban, you're going to get tortured and killed. So I held off, didn't go. She goes in. She goes to the, I can't remember the name of that hotel, but basically as soon as she got there.
Ariana?
The Ariana, yeah. As soon as she got there, they evacuated it. They pulled them back to, there's that little British hotel right on the gate of HKIA. So she was in there. British pairs were holding that. I'm sitting at home with my tail between my legs because I didn't get to go. Well, then the Arcsalis guys are like, hey, we're putting a flight into HKIA right around this time. That kind of QRF of 82nd guys came and secured HKIA with the Marines, and so now the airport's secure. Well, the Arcsalis guys were going to put in a flight if you want to go on it and write a story about this flight. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. So I fly to Turkey. I get on their plane, fly into Kabul. And when we get there, I step off the plane. I look around, and it's like Lord of the Flies. There's nobody really keeping track of anything. So I was like, I'm going to get off the plane and stay here and report. So I got off, linked up with some, I'll just call them Air Force guys that I knew from when I was in the mill. I knew a lot of people that were on there operating, which was very fortuitous because I was able to, charge my batteries and get on Wi-Fi and things like that to be able to report. And I was also there as press, but no Army PAO knew I was there. So I operated pretty freely. I also kind of looked the part. So when I would walk around, people just assumed I was a contractor or some kind of soft guy or whatever. So I was very much floating under the radar. And certain people started to realize that I was there. So my focus turned from reporting the news to helping get people through the gates. And a couple days into my time there, I sent a dispatch back for Coffee or Die. Basically wrote kind of what I was seeing at the gates. It was pretty colorful language because it was a shit show. It was horrible, and I wrote all about it. And the New York Post picked that up.
Okay,
they syndicated it from Coffee or Die, and then that blew up. So then I couldn't even keep up with the messages.
Were you just critical of how the U.S. was running this?
I wasn't critical of anything. I just told what was happening. I didn't have.
Or was it critical because the U.S. is screwing this up?
Yeah, but it hadn't gotten to that point. I was just kind of describing the scene, and I hadn't.
What'd you describe?
Just, the carnage at those gates, the death, how vulnerable everyone there was, from the Afghans trying to get through to the Marines and the paratroopers that were on those gates. It was just, I was kind of like, it was unbelievable. Being somebody who'd at that point been going to Afghanistan for 20 years, and we'd never lost anything tactical, not even close. And now here we are, like, watching Afghans who were friendly to us getting beaten and pulled off the gates and you know, taken off. I didn't see anybody get killed, but they were taking them off the gates, taking them around the corner and killing them. Seeing that, it was just nauseating, right? And then you see on these gates, you have a full platoon of Marines or a full platoon of paratroopers who could have just, if they'd just taken the muzzle off, we could have just kicked the shit out of the Taliban right back out of Kabul and had to be a, you know, a whole different story. But yeah, I think I described it as being biblical. Just as far as you can see, a sea of people, like being at a, you know, I think what was the headline? Being at a death metal concert, you know, and everybody's running for the exits because the building's on fire. And they're also surrounded by people with guns. So it was, you know.
And women, children, families.
Yeah, women, children, babies. Just the level of human suffering and desperation. Because also remember at this time, like, we thought anybody who was left there, whoever, you know, was on friendly terms with coalition forces, was going to be tortured and killed. So, you know, I had a couple people like, hey, go to the gate and try and get my friend out. So, you know, you go down and basically, or back up, you couldn't use your cell phone at the gates. You know, if you go to a concert and you can't use your cell phone because the signals are just down. So I would have to go all the way back onto HKIA, get a signal, communicate with whoever was communicating with this person who needed to get out. I'd say, okay, I would send him a picture, have him have this exact view of this tower or this point in the wire or whatever. Tell him to meet me there at this time. Hold up a stick with, you know, a red T-shirt tied around it, and I'll leave the gate. I'll get through. You kind of leave, kind of like shimmy through the crowd yourself to physically put hands on someone, and then walk them back through.
Wow.
And the times where that just didn't work out, were hard. Right?
Yeah.
When I lived in LA, one of my good buddies, neighbor, I did 2 tours with 173rd. His terp, who had lost his leg in an assassination attempt, came all the way from the Kunar province to get to HKIA to get out, and like multiple trips to try and find this guy. But he was an amputee, and it was like being at a rock concert. Like, getting through that crowd was hard.
Wow.
Amputee with a wife and a kid, and, you know, all this stuff, and just the feeling of being like having to leave. Like, all right, man, I've spent this much time trying to get this person. Every minute I could be getting somebody else. So you go into this like, you know, I don't remember you know, when you're a doctor and you have a mass cal and you have to be like, all right, this dude probably has a good chance of survival. That guy, I could save him if he was the only guy here. Yeah, it becomes triage.
Jeez.
So yeah, that was. How
many days did you do that?
I was there for a week. Yeah. And then
reporting the whole time and doing that, or reporting it first and then just doing that?
A little of both. Yeah. So I would, you know, I had,
and did you ever think like, man, I should have had a different, press cred other than coffee or die? Like, we should have made something up, like, you know, the Radio Free Press, and then make a fake website that has a background that doesn't have your military background attached to it,
maybe,
or something like that. Like, just in case you got snatched up by Taliban, and you can be like, oh, press secretary, press creds here. Look at it's this Radio Free US, and yeah, here's some articles on there. And I don't know. Yeah,
I didn't think of that, because the Taliban at that point, they wanted nothing to do with Americans. I was eyeball to eyeball with multiple Taliban guys, just like we are right now, and they didn't want to mess with us at all, because they knew if there was one incident and we had to snap back, they were fucked.
We're already leaving. We're already
leaving. Yeah, they're just like, hey, go ahead, take it easy. They wouldn't even really make eye contact with you. But the thing that I kind of wish I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I think that I wish that I had better system. I mean, we were coming up with it on the fly, but it was a shame how many people that like I couldn't get. And the reason I stayed as long as I left. So when there was the bombing at Abbey Gate with 13 who were killed, I left about a half hour before that.
Wow. You flew out half hour before that?
Yeah. Yeah. So, it actually, one of my buddies that was on the airfield, at the same time, well, let me back up. So I wrote that article. It got kind of blew up. And I had a couple of friends who were still active at kind of more senior levels on the airfield. And I went and I approached them. I was like, hey, I'm here to report, but I don't want to get in anybody's way. I don't want to put any American lives in danger by making myself a liability. When should I leave? Where should I not go? Where should I go? And they were figuring it out on the fly too. They're like, hey, like, go do your thing at the gates, whatever. This is the date when it stops becoming an evacuation and it starts becoming a phased tactical withdrawal. I would rather you be gone before that, right? So the period of darkness that I left was right after that bombing happened, they'd already planned to weld the gates shut. So I was like, if they're welding the gates shut and it goes pure tactical withdrawal, I'm not doing anything except getting in these, the guys with guns in their hands' way. So I'd planned on leaving at that time. It wasn't like some, fortuitous thing because additionally, Jane, who, because she got in first and then the Brits rescued her and were securing her.
Oh, she got in some trouble.
No, like when she was at the Ariana, some British contractors came out, security guys, pulled everybody out, and then brought them back to HKI to that little hotel that's right outside the gate. I can't remember, but the British paras were holding that.
Okay.
And everyone who was press that was in there, they weren't allowed to do shit. She didn't get to really report anything. They let her step out of that gate of that hotel, basically see a little bit of stuff behind her. She didn't get to do anything. Yeah. Same with every other journalist there. They were very, very hamstrung. Okay. If they were dealing with the military PAOs, they couldn't do anything. They didn't want to show it. So I was the only person down there getting footage. I was the only person really reporting on it. And because of that, I saw Jane, they basically forced her to leave, right? Like, hey, you're leaving. We can't guarantee your safety. It's not your choice. You're leaving. So they put her and her crew on a plane out of there 2 or 3 days before I left. So then she hit me up and she's like, hey, when do you plan on leaving? I plan on leaving this day. She's like, can you come straight to Doha? And I want to do an interview with you. I want to, do all this for PBS. Then another journalist I knew named, I'm having a brain fart, ABC, Martha Raddatz from ABC, who I had military tech advised on a series about a book that she wrote called The Long Road Home. So that's how I knew her. She found out I was there. She's like, when are you coming back? So, long story short, I fly back, do this interview on the scene on the ground with PBS NewsHour. They do an episode on that. Then ABC hired me as a special correspondent for the next 6 weeks or so, just talking about all the stuff that happened in HKIS. So that's that dispatch that I put out for Coffee or Die that then blew up, that got me attention from all these, media outlets, could have saved my life, because I would have been out there at Abbey Gate had I not specifically gotten on a flight at a time to get back to be able to do this interview with Jane. So, that was the whole Afghanistan thing.
Do you think that our senior level leaders were like, hey, we are leaving, so the Taliban won't have anybody in S-Vest come up to the gates. They won't drive a vehicle in here, VBID. They won't start mortaring or rocketing this airfield because we're leaving. They're winning. Were they just relying on that? Why do you think that we put ourselves in such a tactically disadvantageous position when perhaps it wasn't necessary since we owned Bagram?
It was it was a level of incompetence past that. It wasn't us relying on the Taliban not doing anything. It was relying on the Taliban to actively pull security to protect those gates from ISIS. Right? So that bomber was an ISIS guy. So we were depending, and ISIS knew, hey, if we can fuck this up, it's going to screw the Taliban over. It's going to make the Americans look bad. So that was the most prevalent threat, was ISIS VBIDs, ISIS SFES. And, you know, if you look at, say, doing a NEO operation, right? Like
non-combatant evacuation for those listening.
Right. You doing that, the standoff that you're supposed to have and the trigger points and levels of security that are important in that scenario were out the window. We forced everyone there who was trying to do the right thing and getting Afghan counterparts out. The amount of danger that or risk that we asked those people to assume was unacceptable. But I think that the administration, and I don't like to talk about this in a political way because it looks, you know, but the bottom line is it would make the administration look bad if we just welded those gates shut and let the Taliban swoop in and take them all. So I think that it was kind of a Hail Mary of making our policy look better by saying, oh, we're helping them get out, you know, and in doing so, we forced those Marines on those gates and those paratroopers on those gates to assume this insane risk. The fact that only 13 kids got killed in that whole scenario is amazing to me. Because I was on other gates where the first night I was there, I went out to try and grab a couple guys with some other guys, and we took contact at the gate. Like there was direct fire contact happening on the gates, and that we only took that many casualties is kind of a miracle. And it just shows like the incompetence of ISIS as well. If they had their shit together, they could have done a lot more damage.
Yeah, man. Why do you think we gave up Bagram?
I think it's optics. We wanted to, like, you know, make it look like, oh, this is all going as planned. Like, look at this great phased withdrawal.
Because we've opened to Bagram, like we, you know, own that. You have to get, you know, you can launch some things out there, but you know, you have some time between somebody can get up to those gates to evaluate like what kind of car is coming, and you have a force that could do a vehicle interdiction if need be ahead of time. It just seems like a much more tactically advantageous position to withdraw, which is why it's such a valuable place. Was for the Soviets, was for us. It is now for the Taliban and probably the Chinese. But I just don't understand why we would put our young men and women, soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines in that tactically disadvantageous position after 20 years of being able to plan for this. And no accountability for it at any level.
I mean, sadly, it's a lot of it was probably, you know, money. Like that was, you know, the Kabul International Airport. Like, I think we're like, oh, well, there's no real reason for us to hold on to Bagram other than tactical or strategic reasons. Whereas this is like, this is what the outside world will see. You come here, you see this, and, you know, the original plan, I think, was for the Turks to take HKIA for a few months after our withdrawal, because I think they were a little less agitating for the Taliban because they're a, you know, Islamic country. But I couldn't tell you why we gave up Bagram, and just how much easier it would have been to facilitate the evacuation of our, you know, counterparts out of Bagram would have been. But yeah,
and no accountability at all. Like, imagine if you were a, well, you don't even have to imagine, a private that loses a rifle, as Lieutenant Colonel Paul Yingling said, I think in 2005 or 6, he said a private that loses a rifle gets in more trouble than a general who loses a war.
Yeah.
And that holds true with that withdrawal. And yet who bears the brunt of that? It's that E1, that E2, that E3, that E4, that E5 that's up there on those gates. And who doesn't really bear the brunt of that? Well, it's that colonel, it's that lieutenant colonel, it's that general who's sitting back somewhere. I just don't know why they would not put up such a fight to hold on to Bagram, even if they're ordered to from the commander in chief. Well, guess what? It's time to take those stars off and put them on the table and walk over to ABC News and say, I put my stars off because this is I can make more of an impact here and change it in time, maybe by making the country aware of this. And what happens? We had 13 people dead, plus the traumatic brain injuries, the amputations, and everything else that happened that we don't really talk about. We think about the 13 dead. We don't talk about the other people who sustained those injuries. And maybe I'm being a little bit unfair, but hey, those senior level leaders, that is your job.
I think the withdrawal from Afghanistan and HKI specifically has to be something we continue to talk about. You look at, we can tell why. You look at, I mentioned my former company commander, Frank Ginio. He was a battalion commander, just getting after it, having great effects in the battle space, and he screwed one thing up, and he was, basically he was blackballed, and the rest of his career was screwed, even though he was going out and having these great effects in the battle space. Whereas you take another guy who always plays it safe, has no effects on the battle space, but also doesn't have any failures, and he's going to get promoted ahead of peers.
Yep.
Right. And you take it a larger scale look at that, and we have generals who, instead of finding ways to win, they find ways to kick the can down the road so that we can continue to, line the pockets of the military-industrial complex. So then you have these generals who never had a victory in the entirety of their career. They retire, and they're either going to be on the board of Northrop Grumman or, Harris Radios or wherever, or they're going to be, some kind of like lobbyist for in the military ecosphere, and they've never won anything. In fact, they've lost a lot, but they never bucked against the status quo, and that is what we as Americans, especially as veterans, have to continue to beat the drum on. Is like, we see you, like, this is bullshit. Yeah. And I don't know if you've read the Afghanistan papers, but you go into that. And
I had Craig Whitlock on the podcast.
Yeah. And you go into that and it's like, wow.
Yep. For those listening, it is Craig Whitlock, journalist for the Washington Post, and he juxtaposed what these generals, in most cases, were saying to Congress with what they were saying in conversations and interviews that they thought was going to remain classified. Right. 2 Freedom of Information Act lawsuits by the Washington Post to get access to those interviews. And what they were saying to Congress was 180 out from what they were saying privately in these classified conversations, what they thought were going to remain classified. So essentially they were lying to the American people, lying to their troops, and lying to Congress, and saying, we're making progress. I went through the book and I had a highlighter, and I was like, every time it was like progress.
Turning a corner.
Exactly. We're like, I highlight those things. And for the whole time, essentially, that's the language they use. We're making progress. We are making gains. We just need more money. We just need more troops. We just need more assets. And then the next guy would come in and do his 2-year stint and then come in front of Congress and say the same things. Yeah. And what are those guys now? They're on those same boards that you just mentioned. That's Permanent Washington, and that is the military-industrial complex. It is a real thing. Yeah. And that's, guess what? It's going to happen tomorrow. Somebody's going to retire and go sit on a board somewhere who failed upward for more than 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. Yeah. Kept failing upward, never held accountable, and now sitting on a board, going to one meeting a year, maybe 2, making his $250,000 a year for those 2 meetings, so he can be on the board, and they can say, we have this general or this admiral on this board, and the machine keeps moving.
Yep. Rats get fat while good men die.
That's how it is. It's probably always been that way.
Yeah, absolutely. But
they give me a lot to work with as I'm writing these novels. So give me a lot. It's very therapeutic for me to make these a lot of these guys, politicians, lobbyists, senior level military leaders, bad guys. Very therapeutic to do that for me.
Yeah, they are bad guys. They're pieces of shit. But and it's one of the things that towards the end of my career in the mill, like I started to see it. When I was up regimental command level, and I remember one of the kind of turning points in how I viewed my future in the Army was, it was my last deployment. It was actually my last deployment period. I was a company first sergeant, Ranger Battalion, and they came out with a tactical directive that you can't drop aerial munitions on structures, period. Even if you're taking contact from them. You had to either do a tactical withdrawal or wait it out or, remedy the situation with, organic weapon systems on the ground. Mm. And it was pretty amazing. I mean, and this was a very kinetic deployment for us. We're making a lot of contact, mostly from compounds. And my battalion commander at the time, Michael Foster, awesome Ranger leader. He's our battalion commander. We're on a VTC where everybody in the task force is talking about this. And he was the commander of TF South at the time. And everybody's just yes, sir, 3 bags fulling it for the task force commander and like anything else. And he gets on and he's like, hey, I just want to say that this tactical directive is irresponsible. The fact that we didn't fight this as a task force or as a theater commander is nauseating. And this will get Rangers or operators killed, wounded. Mm-hmm. He's like, and that's all I got. And prior to that, he was a shoo-in. Definitely going to be the next regimental commander. Well, he didn't become the regimental commander. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm. And what does that tell the next guy?
Right.
Well, I better not say anything. I want to make that next rank.
Right.
And it works at all levels.
Yeah. And the guy that, took over as the next regimental commander was a yes, sir, 3 bags full guy. And, and for the remainder of that deployment, we had to put ourselves in a lot more danger for the sake of window dressing ROE policies. Mm-hmm. None of those engagements that we got in where we ended up assuming a huge amount of risk to win those fights with organic ground munitions. None of those scenarios would we have caused civilian casualties had we used air power to win the day. But we did have to put ourselves in way more risk for no reason other than we were able to say we did this for Carr's eye or whoever we had to appease at the time.
Yep. And then you see us leave the way we did after all of that, after adhering to those policies. And what do those same people do that made those policies or sort of adhere to those policies or didn't end up against them? Well, once again, they failed up.
Yeah.
It is so disheartening. And that's why one of the reasons we're having a recruitment issue. I mean, what parent who served for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years at the tactical level wants their kid to go and work for those same type of people and go stand there at Abbey Gate when people back in air-conditioned offices are forcing them into these tactically disadvantageous positions unnecessarily.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's one guy that I'll get the year. I'll be off by a year maybe here, but people should definitely read the Afghanistan papers by Craig Whitlock. And he talks about the one general, maybe around time frame 2009, 2010, 2011 time frame that he didn't even say anything too bad. Like it was like, hey, things might not be going. I'm going to paraphrase, obviously. Might not be going as well as we thought. Like it was along those lines, a few sentences like that, and it was either in a speech or in front of Congress. I can't remember, but definitely get the book somewhere in the middle. He talks about this. Guess what? Quietly, a few months later, and this is the guy in charge of Afghanistan. That guy's moved aside early. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what did that tell the person behind him? The same thing that it told this guy who was going to step up and be the regimental commander, perhaps. Well, the next general in there, it's like, well, I better not say anything. If that guy got removed for just hinting that things aren't going as well as we've been led to believe as a country and as a Congress, I'm just better keep my mouth shut and say those things those guys before him said. We're making progress. Just need a little more money, some more troops. They're standing up. Blah blah.
We'll turn a corner this spring.
There we go. That's it. That is it every single time.
Yeah, yeah. It's pretty wild and I mean, when you're in it, you're just looking at your next horizon, and then then one day you're standing at fucking Abbey Gate watching us withdraw. It's pretty wild.
Man, that is crazy. Well, I got some more questions for you, but let's take a quick break. All right, today I want to talk about protect.com. That is protekt.com. Started by my buddy Nick Norris from the SEAL teams, who was recently on the podcast. He's all about health and wellness and living that best life. So what we have here, hydration, immunity, energy, rest, liquid packs. Because we all want to feel our best. We dream of waking up with plenty of energy to excel at our work, our personal lives, and have a great workout every single day. But the reality is, very few of us do that. That's why Protect was started. And you can grab a convenient pack right here. This is energy. So this has been boosting me through my latest novel. And look at that. It's a liquid pack right there. You just, bam, add it to a glass, add a little water, and you are good to go. So hydration, love the hydration and the immunity and the clarity, which I'm going to take as soon as this podcast is over and I get back to writing. So all of that plus the rest. How important is that rest? Right here, take that an hour and a half before bed for some great sleep. And for hydration right here, 30 minutes after you wake up and right before your workout. So swap that daily energy drink for the energy. Try that hydration, that immunity, that rest. And they also have products like this, Reef Safe Sunscreen, SPF 50. Protect right there. And right now you can get 25% off. Go to protect.com. That is protekt.com/dangerclose for 25% off. Go check them out. So we came in about the same time. You came in 97?
Right. Yeah, summer 97.
Nice. I came in summer 96, got to Buds January 97. So essentially same time frame. And then you do 20? How long did you do?
Yeah, 20 years, 2 months, 8 days. Yeah.
I say 20 and a wake up on my side. But of all those combat deployments, like when you think back on that time, what stands out? Is it that one deployment we talked about, or are there specific instances or multiple that you go back to? Or do you?
Yeah. That one was kind of like the deployment that forged my, as cliche as it sounds, my ethos. Mm-hmm. You know, it was nasty fighting that really, you know, made me realize that you have to, like, how to apply violence and how to, you know, operate in a place like that. Which after that deployment, I became a platoon sergeant and I had a platoon, and, you know, putting that ethos into the platoon. But looking back at the duration of my career, those deployments I did as a rifle platoon sergeant in a Ranger Battalion were it. Like, yeah. If I could have done anything for the rest of my life, it would have been being a Ranger platoon sergeant. It was, you know, when Beethoven sat down at a piano or whatever, you know, weird analogy you want to use, I was like a duck in water. I knew exactly how to do, and it made me feel really good and safe. Because I was just good at my job. And I had company level and battalion level leadership at that time who were awesome. And it was just this perfect storm of, you know, just a great time to be a gunfighter in that time and place. So I did 3 deployments as a platoon sergeant. We did to Crit, which my platoon owned from down in Samara all the way up to Beji. So like huge area of responsibility. We did like 105 raids in 90 days on that deployment, and we made some contact. I had a couple guys get wounded, took a good number of IEDs, but it wasn't incredibly kinetic. But I look back and I attribute that to us being really good at the raid. We started to use silent entry as a TTP rather than explosive entries. Just doing all these new things, and being there, I was the only platoon in that AO from our task force and just having that autonomy at the platoon level to, develop targets, hit targets, and then exploit and analyze the information from those targets and develop more targets. It was when us as Rangers were really we were a machine.
Yeah.
So yeah, those 3 trips there. The next one was to, the next one was to Mosul. And then same thing, just crushing it, getting after it. That one was a little more kinetic. We got in a few more gunfights. The enemy was starting to really catch on to our TTPs, so hitting them at night. So they were very OPSEC savvy at night. So we were doing a lot of daylight stuff, which, any shithead with an AK that sees Americans out in daylight, even if he doesn't know what's going on, he's going to come out and shoot at you. So we were getting in some good gunfights there.
Yeah.
And then my final one was Baghdad. It was actually that task force when we were coupled with Whiteside SEALs in the same task force, same target set. We had Team 8 with us. That was pretty fun. There were some growing pains, but there was also a lot of fun. I'm still friends with a few of those guys.
Yeah.
And that was doing the kind of the counter-Iranian thing there, and it was also super. Just we knew what we were doing.
Yeah.
Like we could go and do a time-sensitive target raid on an HVT in our sleep and just crush it. So yeah, that time period, being a Ranger Platoon Sergeant, and that was 06 through about 09.
Yeah.
And just, that was before ROE became kind of a hot button issue. The ROE was pretty common sense, like, proportional force to, what you'd perceive as a threat. And, we didn't abuse it. We used it. And it was nice to be able to just go do your job. And, I loved that time period in my life and loved being a Ranger Platoon Sergeant.
Did you ever get to work with your brother downrange or cross paths with him?
Yeah, so my brother, when he was in the B-23, the SIF, his team deployed one time as a member of our task force. He was up in Mosul, and I was, I want to say I was in Tikrit. I can't remember. But we were operating the same task force, never saw each other. But we could get on, the chat.
Really?
The chat and all that. But he was, not geographically co-located. But we were doing the same stuff, so part of the same target set, all that. I could go on and see what his team had done the night before, and we talked on the red line all the time.
No kidding. Were you guys worried about each other?
No. I mean, I don't think he was worried about. I wasn't worried about him. That was different though when he was deployed and I wasn't. I was worried about him. I think he was worried about me. But kind of the funniest deployment I had, it was a short little one. I wouldn't even count it really as a deployment. But when I was done with my platoon sergeant time, I had to go to the regimental headquarters, work in the regimental ops, and stationed at Fort Benning. I hate it there. So anything that got me out of there, I would volunteer for. So they needed a ops sergeant major for the task force, which is working in the jock and, kind of being an advisor to the task force chief of staff and all that. And it was like a very developmental position. Like I learned a lot, but during that deployment, my brother was the Siege of Soda fellow to our task force.
Okay.
So he came over as he sat in the jock as the SF liaison to our task force. And it was funny. We were both master sergeants named Denman, and we look very similar. We talk very similar.
Oh, okay.
So, we had fun with that because a guy would, some battle captain or random officer, or project officer, whatever, would come up and just with his hair on fire and come up and just start talking to me like, hey, blah, 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 and like just talking to me like
wrong one.
And he thought I was, but I wouldn't correct them. I'd just be like,
really?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Jeez.
What? What do you mean? What are you
Yeah.
talking about? And they're just like, oh, what? And then I would let them get, pretty far down the road, and I'd be like, oh, I think you're looking for my brother.
Nice.
But yeah, we had a good time in a pretty boring, shitty billet, working in the jock.
Right.
Not super fun, but, we made the most of it.
Yeah.
Went to the range all the time and went to the gym and ate chow together. It was pretty cool. And it really, I think for my mom, she really loved that, knowing that we were together.
Oh, that's cool.
On a deployment, because, my mom, God bless her, like, the amount of deployments I've done plus the amount of deployments my brother's done and all the deployments she's been through, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. Seriously. It's putting up with a lot right there.
Yeah.
Jeez. Man, yeah, the SIF company, we talked about that earlier, but I worked with the Army a lot over my time, and I got to go into Haiti with Charlie 3rd of the 7th, which was pretty cool to see, not big Army, but Army Special Operations come together, and I was the SEAL liaison to the QRF element. There were some other things going on with some of our top tier units, and then we had another mission, but it was cool to see TF-160 come in, Charlie 3rd of the 7th come in there, turn this hangar into a gigantic rock drill, and then from inception all the way from alert from the pager going off to coming back in on a Friday thinking like I was in trouble, to putting the pallets together, getting ready to go, loading the aircraft, getting down there, and then going in, planning and then going in was really cool. I learned a lot because that was 2000 and early 2004. Maybe I have to go back in memory banks right there, but I think that's when we went and got Aristide out. But it was great working with Charlie 3rd of the 7th, that SIF company. Yeah, that was really cool. I learned a lot from Army over my time, and we're talking about special forces, Army Special Forces. Their warrant officer program is pretty serious. Like the amount of education those guys get in counterinsurgency and it's graduate level stuff. It is good. The warrant officers that I ran into, at least the ones that I had interaction with in SF, were so solid.
Yeah, that's the warrant officer program. That's one of the things, especially when I was working at regimental headquarters, they'll occasionally ask you to, hey, here's a subject, write a paper on it, and we're going to have kind of a think tank about how to improve the regiment. And I wrote a couple of papers. They're sitting in a hard drive somewhere down there, but one of the ones that was going around was having warrant officers in the Ranger battalions at either the company or even the platoon level, and how much more effective it would be to have, basically a company XO that's not in the normal XO logistics realm, but an XO that's there for tactical continuity and SOP continuity, or even PLs, platoon leaders, or warrant officers who, you get up to the platoon sergeant level and then you go to warrant, and, it's basically how it works in an ODA. Most of those warrants were either senior Bravo, Charlie, Echo, whatever, and then they go to warrant, or they were a team sergeant and they went to be a warrant. And now you have this dude on a team who's been on a team for 15 years, and the amount of institutional knowledge that gets carried with those guys is it's worth its weight in gold. And I think that throughout the Army, I think one of our problems, and it's going to be especially a big problem as we run into these recruiting issues, is, the move up or move out mentality that we have. And it's a very big problem, and not problem, but I think it's something we could solve in the Ranger Regiment is, letting people stay longer. Not so much in the enlisted side, but in the officer side. So, having a platoon or a company warrant would be amazing. Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons that those SF teams like to do that type of a, flash to bang deployment, warrants are integral in that.
Yeah. That continuity, that institutional knowledge that you mentioned, and they get to mentor the captain that's there, that's coming in and maybe rotating out, going back to a big Army or whatever they're running it. But we never quite figured out the warrant officer program in the SEAL teams. We couldn't quite, they're a training officer or what are they doing? We didn't look at the SF model, and we definitely did not adopt that for whatever reason. But there's something there's something to it. The ones the guys I ran across were mentored me along, and I really appreciate that. Did you know when you were getting out what you were going to do, or did you read your whole life? Were you always interested in journalism or writing, or what were you thinking?
So the two things that I really wanted, like even when I was in, I knew about Dale Dye. Right? Platoon's my favorite movie of all time.
For those listening, he's a technical advisor in Hollywood and really rose to prominence with Platoon.
Right. And, but when I was in, it was kind of pre-internet. You couldn't just Google shit.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things I was like, man, that would be a really awesome job. But I don't really know how to get into that. I don't know anyone in that. And then on the journalism side, a book I read years and years ago is My War Gone By, I Miss It So.
Yeah. Who's the author?
I always forget it. It's such a normal name. It's easy to forget. I actually got to meet him. It was pretty cool. Jane knows him. Is it
It's a great title.
Andy something?
Forget.
Can't remember. But I'm horrible with names. But yeah, that book I was like, man, that's cool. And even when I was, a young guy, like I re-enlisted for 6 years on like September, I don't know, 1st or something of 01. So like I was kind of locked into the GWAT for a while. But around that 05 time frame, when I was, I was at the kind of like 8-9 year mark when I was thinking, all right, I'm either going to be a lifer and I'm going to go for 20, or I'm going to find something else I'm going to do. And that was also when the, triple canopy and the Blackwater and all those things were just nipping at the heels of everybody that was thinking about getting out. So I was talking to a guy at triple canopy to contract. So yeah, at that time, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I had a really good first sergeant at the time, kind of a Renaissance man. He joined the Canadian Army when he was like 16 and then did his time there, joined the American Army.
Wow.
His brother was in the Foreign Legion, just like really cool man of the world. And he was kind of counseling me through this, like, hey, what are you going to do? And I was like, I'm going to go country. He's like, all right. And his brother had left the Legion. He was contracting himself. And he's like, you don't want to do that. Like, what do you want to do? And I was like, well, I want to keep fighting, and he was like, well, just stay here.
Yeah. That's good advice.
Yeah. But then towards, so I left Ranger Regiment after my first sergeant time, and I went and taught college ROTC in New York. So
you're still in? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this a Twilight tour, or does it become a Twilight tour?
Yeah, that's.
Do you guys call it a Twilight tour, or is that a Navy thing?
Yeah, we do. And I am super grateful that a couple of my mentors talked me into that. As I was leaving,
that's good duty right there for a Twilight tour.
It's great. Yeah. I taught ROTC at St. John's University in New York City. There were only 5 green suiters there. That's
what you call it, a green suitor?
Yeah, 5 guys in uniform, nice. And then a couple civilian contractors. And it was great. When I was getting ready to leave, I had a couple mentors who were like, hey, you can go out and you can go out to the regular Army, you can be a sergeant major, you can do this, but what do you want to do? And I was like, man, I'm pretty checked out. I'm not really a true believer anymore, in the war. Or, not to say in the war, like I'm a war protester, but it wasn't putting wind in my sail anymore.
I think it's hard to come back too. When you take a break, when you're running and you're sprinting, like you're in it, and you're adapting and you're going and you're getting better and you're passing on lessons and then you take a break for a second and take a breath. I'm glad I never took a breath.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be hard to go back. It seems like it would be.
Yeah. Once I kind of like saw the grass on the other side, I was like, okay. And then, at a more selfish level, there was, the day after 20, you're working for half your paycheck was one of the sayings,
Yes, I know that one.
So I was in New York. I was making a lot of connections with a lot of people and doing different crazy things. And I was like talking to my buddies who were still in the regiment, talking to my buddies out in the big Army. Mm-hmm. And they're like, it's not the same. The ROE is crazy. We deploy, but we don't really get after it. And, there are exceptions to that, but that was the generality of it. So I was like, all right, I'm going to hang it up right at 20. And no, I didn't have any idea what I knew what I wanted to do. I had ideas, but I had no prospects.
Really? Were you a reader growing up?
No, not at all. In fact, reading still comes pretty hard to me. Big ADD kid, which they didn't really call it that then, but I was big on reading on things that I was very interested in. So, I read every Vietnam LERP book there was, all of them. Read a few books about the teams. But yeah, military history, very much a reader. But if you asked me to, hey, read this thing that's... so I guess I was a bit of a reader, just I had to be really engaged. So yeah, I did start, there's a company out there called Sofleet. I don't know if you're familiar. Yeah, I did. I started writing some articles for them.
While you're still in or when you...
Yeah, while I was still in. So when I got to New York, I got there, and other than the people at work, I knew like 2 people in New York City, which is a lonely place to not know anyone. So, I left Ranger Battalion. I had a lot of miles on my frame, but we were pretty into CrossFit in the regiment. So I was, kind of a CrossFitter. So, as a way to kind of, foster a social life, I started getting really into CrossFit, and then I became a CrossFit coach, and I was, and I got really into that side of the house. So I started writing articles for Sofleet of, hey, here are the, the modes of fitness that are important if you want to be an Army Ranger, if you want to be a grunt, or you want to go to this selection or that selection, writing that kind of stuff for them. And that was kind of what got me out there published and kind of got me on the internet. You know what I mean? And social media wasn't a huge thing yet, but it was kind of starting.
Is this like 2014-ish, 13-ish?
Yeah, around then. Yeah, 13, 14, in that time frame. So I thought maybe I would go into that realm somewhat. But again, didn't really have any ideas. And that's when our mutual friend, Ray Mendoza, came into life. So
yes. How did you meet Ray? How did this happen?
Yeah. So around, God, what was it?
And Ray Mendoza is a SEAL buddy of mine who did the technical advising for Lone Survivor, just loves that industry, made the transition into it after getting out of the SEAL teams, and did the technical advising on The Terminal List, which came out this summer with Chris Pratt. Yeah.
So I knew a guy, I won't say his name, who'd been in Ranger Battalion and weren't there at the same time, but we had a lot of mutual friends, and he was friends with Ray. Well, Ray got an offer to tech advise on the show called The Long Road Home, which I mentioned earlier, based on a book by Martha Raddatz about 1st Cavalry Division in Sadr City in Iraq in 2004. So Ray got that call, but Ray's a good dude. So Ray was like, I don't know shit about the Army. So he passed that along to a guy that he'd met in LA, former Ranger. Well, that guy was Army Ranger, but he didn't have the span of experience that I did, so he was looking for some help. So he hit me up because he knew I was about to retire. So I was checked out. I was done. Like my students had already branched and all that, and I was just focused on retirement. I had my date, everything. And he basically gave me a call and was like, do you want to come down and help me with pre-production? So take 2 weeks, help me with, wardrobe, all the pre-pro stuff. Like they were about 5 weeks out or something like that. Help me with page flips, all this stuff. So I went down, not knowing really what to expect, but I was very excited about the opportunity. I was like, this is really cool.
Because you'd already thought about Hollywood technical advising years before as something that might be cool.
Right. Yeah. So it was super just fortuitous thing in life. And so I go down and I do those 2 weeks, completely scrub all the teleplays, scrub the props, wardrobe, everything, got them dialed in, did a little boot camp for the cast. And then I went on my merry way, and I was like, that was awesome. I would love to do more of that. Well, a couple weeks later, they started principal, and they were like, hey, can you come back? And I was like, absolutely. So I got to go back. I didn't get to do the run of the show just because of, I had to actually go back and retire and do that. But I did, I don't know, 7 or 8 weeks out of the 10 in principal.
Nice.
And, yeah, that just set me up right before I retired. So, I'd been kind of talking to Ray a little bit on the phone and texting and all that. And I was like, hey, this is what I want to do. And he was honest. He's like, this is a saturated job. Like almost everybody that walks off the boat in San Diego is up here tech advising. And at the time, that was the name brand you needed was former SEAL. That was word on the street. And I was like, well, maybe just having a different thing will bring some value.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, absolutely. So I kind of went all in. I was like, I'm going to move to LA and I'll be co-located with Ray and this other guy. The other guy ended up moving on to do other things. So me and Ray became kind of a unit. And
does War Office Productions exist at this point?
It's just the name of our gang. Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah. So it's still in existence. We're still.
No, I mean back then, like, was it an entity? Like, had you?
Yeah,
you
that's
flying under that banner already.
Yeah, this was the time period when we developed that. Did all our branding, did our sizzles, did all these things to stand this thing up, and like around. And again, he was honest. He's like, man, this is hard. It's hard to get work. You got to really be on the hustle. I'll help you out. And you can't say enough good stuff about
He's awesome.
about Ray Mendoza because he didn't know me from Adam. He just had the feeling in his gut like this dude's a good dude. And I was moved there. Didn't have any prospects. I was kind of living off my retirement, and I don't know, 2 or 3 months after, we got the call from Pete Berg to go do mile 22. So me and him did mile 22 together.
Nice. Peter Berg's been here before. He's checked out this whole operation over here.
Yeah. Every time I see him post, and I'm like, you shithead, why didn't you tell me you're here? And, he's a good dude, but
he's awesome.
Yeah. Flaky as a box of fucking cereal. But, so went and did that and, met Pete. He'd never really met anyone other than team guys. So he was super interested in it and I had a great experience on mile 22.
Nice.
It was like, stunt coordinator, Kevin.
That's a great movie. I love the ending too. I think it was really cool.
It was fun, man. And, unfortunately a lot of the really cool gun work we got put on the cutting room floor, but working with Ronda Rousey was just awesome. I mean, like she was just such a talented just performer.
Nice.
You could, you put 2 reps of something on her and she had it.
Nice.
And it's like, oh, I know why you're a professional at fighting because you just learn moves super, super efficiently. But yeah, I had a blast on that. Came off that, and then Ray and I started like, as a lot of guys do, I think that came out of the world that we did, we're like, yes, I'm a tech advisor, but I also want more. I want to get more responsibility, more autonomy, more say-so. So, we started kind of writing, developing, our own projects. And that was kind of what we did between the tech advising gigs that kept the lights on was we had our own projects and we still do. We're still pushing things down the field. After that, had a bit of a drought, and then I actually got the call for the first thing I headed up, which was the Outpost. So Ray and I went over to Bulgaria for like 4 months, tech advised on the Outpost. Ended up getting producer credits for that because, we just did so much. Like, there were a lot of challenges with that film. From jump, lower budget, not low budget, but very low budget for what they wanted to do. Time constraints, a lot of stuff. And, and Ray and I working with, the director and the producers, like really, we kind of we weren't tech advisors at that point. We were producing. So did that.
For those listening, like it's, like there's technical advising and you think of somebody going on set and showing an actor how to draw a pistol, how to, when to put their finger on the trigger, or how to do a reload, like that sort of thing. And then there's knowing that camera angles and there's knowing all of those things. That's what Ray brought, or brings to things. And I saw that on the terminal list. Like it's not just him showing somebody how to do the shotgun work or how to use the M4 or how to use the pistol or whatever else. It's him. He's essentially directing because he knows these camera angles so well, and like where to put them to capture what, because you can do something right and have it still look goofy because of where the camera is.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look quote unquote right because of how that camera's positioned or whatever else. So there's so much more to it than just, putting an actor through a boot camp or teaching them how to, wear the uniform right or whatever, wear their body armor or however, how to route the radio, whatever it is. There's so much more to it than that. And I think to really add the kind of value that people expect on the authenticity front these days, like you have to know the camera, you have to know how to direct, you have to bring that to it. You can't just show up and be like, oh, I did 20 years in the SEAL teams and I was a gun guy, so I know how to do this stuff. It's like there's a little more to it than that. And if you can bring that, like Ray brought to the Terminalist, like then now other doors open because people notice there's a lot of people on those sets. There's directors on those sets. There's producers on those sets who are have other projects going on. They're like, I want Ray on this thing because he gets it.
Yeah.
And he brings so much more to it than just how to do attack reload.
Right. Yeah. And that's, again, I'm so lucky to have had Ray kind of champion me into the thing. And, he's like, hey, first thing you ask when they ask you questions is, where's the camera? Right. So, just those little things, because you're right. Like and again, I think we were talking about earlier, there is a level of frustration for me and everyone who does the tech advising side and does it well. The phenomenon that you see is, Director X is at, let's say he's kind of a fan of, the Ecosphere, and he's at SHOT Show, and he meets a guy who's like the Billy Badass operator of the century, right? And he's like, I'm going to have you come and tech advise my movie. Well, that guy's never been on a set. And if he doesn't know how a production works from pre-production through publication or distribution of that movie or that show, it's doing a huge disservice. Knowing the gun stuff or knowing the tactics is like 50%. The other 50 is, okay, when do you start? When does your production office open? Okay, when do you hire your prop master? When are you hiring your armorer? When are you hiring your wardrobe people? Okay, I need to be hired around the same time they are, so I can start working with them, 6 weeks out, so that I don't show up on set to do boot camp, and you have everything you bought or rented is wrong.
Right. That's got to be rough.
Yeah. So it's Groundhog Day, and you see it every production you come in, and you're like, also a lot of department heads have scar tissue from other tech advisors who didn't know what they were doing. And all they do is walk in and go, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, and that's wrong. Whereas like when I come in, I try to solve problems rather than create them. So yeah, it's a hard job to have because most directors or producers who hire you have never hired one of you before. So you have to kind of tell them what your job is and how you can bring value. Or else you're just, and I've done a movie or two where I have just kind of sat back and be like, all right, I'm going to be the old vet sitting in a chair and come and ask me a question when you got one, because you obviously don't give a shit what I have to say, really.
Yeah, that's got to be tough.
Yeah. Again, that's part of the reason why I kind of took a step back, started taking other opportunities. I would definitely tech advise for the right project. There's a couple that I'm on the hook for. If they ever get greenlit, I'll go do them. Absolutely. But for the most part, I kind of got sick of, explaining to people how to properly use me.
Yeah.
And
that's huge. That is huge. We're so lucky that on Terminalist, and that's kind of I shouldn't say this because it's a little bit of the secret sauce, and we're working on the next, the spinoff right now, and then move into True Believer, my second novel after that. But to have somebody in the writer's room, multiple people in the writer's room that can head off a lot of these things through the writing process, invaluable. Last time we had Max Adams in there, former Ranger, awesome guy. He is an executive producer on this next spinoff series and the number 2 in the room right now. His script is in my inbox right now. I'm gonna go read it after this. But to have him in there along with Kenny Sheard in there, who's a former SEAL, and Jared Shaw, who is the reason that Chris Pratt made the Terminalist, because Jared gave it to him. And so they're all in there. And then they're also on set. So you have Max Adams on set, you have Jared Shaw on set, you have Ray Mendoza on set, and they've been working this throughout the whole process to include post-production. Because in post-production, you can lose it. If you've done all these great things throughout the pre-production process and throughout production, and now you're in post-production, but guess what? Your technical advisor is now off, and your production team, your producers don't have that experience at all. And guess what stays in? Oh, well, something that was supposed to get cut because you shot it again, but for the person who's sitting there editing, the lighting's better, whatever else is better, it looks better, but the scope cover's on, or, you know, his finger's on the trigger and he's pointing it at the guy in front of him or whatever. So that can't be there, but you need the eye for it in post-production. So to have Jared Shaw in there throughout that post-production process to look at every single frame and to go through that is, I mean, you have to have it from beginning to end, the technical advisor, not just on set to put the guys through one day of a boot camp. I shouldn't be giving away the secret sauce though. I should, never mind. We'll edit that out. Just kidding.
Sound.
Just kidding.
Like putting sound in, you know, when I,
oh yeah, the sound, Jared was in it in there in edits, like sound, the visual effects, blood, like all of it, like making sure that all it was right.
Extraneous voiceovers, you know, what do they call them? The cowboy tape, you know, when they're like, oh, we need to dub this line's wrong, and they have the actor do a VO for it, and like, hey, what would he say here? All those things. And that was, we were fortunate that the Outpost did that with us, and that ended up being a pretty good end product. Which some of the stuff they were doing in post, man, you know, adding in, you know, a VFX. It's supposed to be an Apache, and they send you a cut of it. It's like some Italian attack helicopter because that's what the studio had on their file.
Yeah, and they don't know.
I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is that?
Don't want to lose the audience. Don't want to lose the military audience with that.
Is that an Apache? No, here, Google image Apache, and then look at that. Like, it's simple stuff. But yeah, again, it's a very, very fun and gratifying thing when you're in a team that appreciates you and listens, but it can be a very frustrating job when you're not.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I only have the one experience so far. Now, you know, moving into this spinoff and second season, but I think we have. I mean, I feel extremely fortunate for the team we have together with Ray and Jared and Max and David DiGilio, the showrunner, and Chris and Antoine, the whole crew. We got very fortunate that they want it to be right for that guy, that veteran that's just come to watch it. Chris says it in every single meeting we jump on with Amazon and MRC, which is the company between us and Amazon. Hey, we're making this for that guy who went downrange for the last 20 years, so we got to get this right. At least we have to put in the effort. You know, there's going to be a little Hollywood hot sauce in there every now and again. You have to, but we want to get this right for that guy who sacrificed so much for the country.
Yeah, and a thing that I came to find throughout every production I did was there is a difference between realism and authenticity. Right? There are times, and I've had to explain this to buddies of mine that are vets. I'm like, hey, I know you hate it when a grenade is a big fireball, but a guy throwing a grenade may be a big story point, right? And unless you were in the mill and threw a frag, you don't know what a frag looks like. So in your mind, it has to be a big fireball for it to be a grenade. So there are some things where I'll give a pass, right? Because if it's a story point, whatever, you have to look at it from the audience point of view. And as long as you're not losing authenticity, then you're good. And you can go so far down the rabbit hole of realism that you lose the story.
Yeah, all you have is guys sitting on a couch in a hooch somewhere playing Call of Duty,
right?
Like waiting for the op to go.
Yeah, if you want realism, watch a documentary. You know, and also especially, you know, I look at it, if I'm doing something that was a real event, like the Long Road Home and the Outpost were real events, as long as they, you know, honor the legacy of the people that were lost there. And tell a good story, then that's mission accomplished. If there are things that have to be changed for the sake of a good story, I'm 100% okay with that, because this production, this thing that has been put into our lives as entertainment, if that inspires some people to go and buy the book, you know, The Long Road Home, or go buy The Outpost, the book, and then read it and find out the actual, true, real story that's, you know, The Outpost was a book about one combat outpost that was years in the making, like multiple units rotating through multiple years of combat action there. And then we have to make it into a 90-minute movie. Of course, there's going to be some overlap and some very weird things, but what it's doing is it's giving, visibility to that event and visibility to those units. So if the movie sucks because we decided we had to make it so real that it's boring, then no one's going to remember that event. No one's going to go out there and be like, all right, I'm going to read this book. I'm going to look into this. I'm going to learn about these guys. I'm going to learn about the history of this. I'm going to learn all these things. So, yeah, it's a fine line. And that's why I always go back to authenticity over realism.
Yeah. No, I love that. I think that's you're right on track. So how did you find yourself in Ukraine? Like, what was the path there?
Kind of the same. So I had just taken a full-time job with Black Rifle Coffee, working media.
When did you do that? What year?
That was this January or last January. So a year ago.
Like right before the invasion of Ukraine.
Right. Yeah. So just taking that job, I was asked to kind of come on and help, streamline systems and processes within the media apparatus of Black Rifle Coffee. So I was like, okay, this is going to be good. A little bit of.
How'd you get linked up with them?
So I met Logan Stark. I knew JT. I was in Ranger Battalion with Matt. I knew all the guys kind of in the ecosphere. I went to Peru and did an ayahuasca ceremony for veterans with Logan Stark. We became buddies. He's a big movie guy. And we just kind of kept in touch.
Before we gloss over that, how did that work out?
Oh yeah. So I'm not a big psychedelics proselytizer, right? I think that I will say ayahuasca saved my life. Not in that I was going to commit suicide, but I had a miserable life. I wasn't happy no matter what was going on. I didn't understand how to control my own thoughts and emotions.
Was that something from before the military that you recognized, or did it manifest itself during your time in combat, or how did that?
Yeah, I think the mental health issues that I had, not that I had mental health issues, but the traumas that I had from childhood and all that are what drove me into the arms of being a Ranger for 20 years. Needing a place to feel safe while also being in a highly competitive environment, to always have to prove my worth, I think is something that, I'm an Army brat. My dad was constantly gone, constantly deployed. I kind of was a self-sufficient kid, latchkey kid, 2 working parents, moving every 2 to 3 years. I had a kind of a longing to belong to something, right? And whatever it is that I belonged to had to be really, really difficult, and it had to be bigger than me so that I could kind of feel safe. I had to find a place that demanded I not give a shit about myself, which is not a healthy way to live. So, 20 or 16 years in the regiment, 4 more in the Army, I was in a place where I didn't know how to enjoy life. I only knew how to give for the betterment of my tribe. And you don't really realize that until you separate and you no longer have that tribe. So I think the experiences in the jungle and doing ayahuasca, it basically it put me into a place where I had to care about myself. Those ceremonies, I've said it. If you asked me to go drink ayahuasca next week, I would tell you to fuck right off. Like, it's horrible. It was a horrible experience for me, but like
how
most,
so?
Just absolutely terrifying. Loss of, it's indescribable. But not being able to ground myself, just feeling like loss of any concept of space and time. The feeling of being inside my physical body, but not even knowing it was there, and thinking that this is where I'm going to be forever, and I am crazy. And like knowing that kind of lucidly, but not being able to affect it in any way. So, you know, one of these ceremonies lasts, you know, 6 to 8 hours. But they feel like 100 years passes, you know, in your mind. And
how many of those sessions do you do?
4.
4 8-hour sessions over 4 days, or do you like right into the next one?
Yeah. So the one that we did, you go down to, it was Tarapoto, Peru. And you go up, it's in the high jungle. So it's jungle, but it's not nasty. It's a little bit higher elevation. And you have to walk to the place. That you can't get to it by vehicle. There's no technology out there. All the power's off solar. There's no weird waves to interrupt your chi whatsoever. And you get there, you meet your shaman. Shaman's name was Chris, amazing guy.
His name was Chris.
Yeah, he was a gringo. But he's been living in Peru for over 20 years. He was a...
Did you know that going in, or do you think you were going up to, you know, when I think of it, I think of like indigenous people obviously living up there in the mountains doing the whole... Did you get there? Hey, I'm Chris from New York. And you're like, well, hold on.
No, it actually felt really organic because so there were indigenous shamans there as well. He was just kind of the lead guy. But the shaman who had put him through all his years of training, dieta, all that, which takes about 7 years. And he had to do thousands of ayahuasca ceremonies himself, dietas where he's living in the jungle by himself for like 30 days, doing ayahuasca multiple times a day. It's just, he had actually, you know, and the reason...
Sounds like you're going into Colonel Kurtz's camp.
Oh, it was very similar, yeah. But the reason I don't like to kind of proselytize the ayahuasca or psychedelics is because there are a lot of snake oil salesmen out there. And people that are like, okay, I went and did this ceremony or multiple ceremonies. This changed my life. Now I want to do this for other people. And they get the medicine or the, you know, the substance, whatever that may be, and they just start administering it. And it's like, that guy spent 7 years solely focused on becoming a shaman in that specific plant medicine, right? And that teaches you things. Like, he was a very, very empathetic, but also like savage, like administrator of this thing. Like, my first night, as I was going to drink my first dose, he hands it to me and then he takes it back and he's like, no, you need more than that. So he gave me this dose that was more than everybody else took, but it was what I needed because it made that night absolutely horrible. It was so much ayahuasca that I didn't have the physiological capability to resist it. So,
wow. Yeah, you're not doing a good job of talking anybody into it. So
no.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
So how much is that when he hands you and he's like, hey, you need a double? Like what?
Yeah, it was, I don't know. It was a lot. It was a couple big gulps and there were some chunks in there.
What does it taste like?
It's actually making me kind of gag thinking about it. It's 3 years ago and it's like, but it's, I don't know how I would describe it. Very earthy, like drinking mud, kind of little spice to it. It's
what color is it?
It's like a purplish brown. Yeah, the brew is. But it's, you know, they take ayahuasca, they boil down the leaves, the bark, and all that. The ratios that they put together in the brew affect how the medicine is going to work on different types of people. So when he was making our brew, he knew it was all veterans with us.
How many guys?
We had, I think, 6 guys and a gal. We had another, she wasn't a veteran, but she's works a lot in the veteran mental health space. Her brother was a vet. Her name's Dr. Kate Page. She's a neuropsych. She came down as well. But when Chris was doing our brew, I guess the bark is what kind of gives a lot of people what they call turbulence, like the stuff that really sucks. So he's like, I made kind of a warrior brew that was going to give a lot more turbulence because I know that you guys need to feel like you really worked for it. So
immediately I'd be thinking of the helicopter pilots who aren't TF-160 that get to fly with SEALs or SF that try to fly like TF-160 to impress you. That's what I'm thinking of right now.
Yeah. It was wild. I'll say that, that first ceremony was probably the worst thing I've ever been through. But it was all in my mind. And I think to kind of come full circle on that, what it showed me was I have the power in my mind to affect my reactions to everything. Right. So as I'm, and I believe in some hippy dippy stuff, but there's some hippy dippy stuff that was happening, but it's also a very physiological, there are physiological explanations to what was going on in my head. Right. When you experience traumas over years and years and years, call it trauma or call it just hypervigilance, right? Or I did the same job in combat for, 15 deployments roughly. My mind knew how to become very efficient. And in order for it to become very efficient, it had to set up pathways for my thoughts to work, and it had to shut down a lot of pathways that were interrupters to that efficiency. So when you take a plant medicine, whether it's ayahuasca or it's ibogaine or it's psilocybin, what they're doing is refiring those pathways in your brain that you taught yourself to turn off. Okay. Right. So in doing so, and this is Jariko's shithouse neuropsych.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Hypothesis. I think when these medicines refire those pathways in your brain, all you're doing is reliving all the traumas that those things blocked. Right. But you're doing it, if you had 15 years of these things, you're reliving, 15 years of traumas that you fooled your brain into ignoring in 1 4-hour, 6-hour, 8-hour period. Jeez. So that's the turbulence that you're feeling. And the positive side to that is you come through it and you, in the span of these ceremonies, you figure out how to let those happen and let them go, right? Like one of the things he said is just let it go, let it walk, let it, acknowledge it and just let it go by. And once you're in there and you're being forced to face these things, you start to teach yourself in a lucid way how to deal with it and how to show like, hey, I control how I react here. Like, this is horrible, but I can just take it in, process it, and let it go. So when I came out of that experience, I would say my number one issue at the time was I was very bitter and I was a very angry guy. Anger was my go-to emotion for basically every inconvenience in life. So
did it get worse when you got out, or was that always the way?
I think it got worse when I got out because that was no longer a acceptable way of dealing with things. Like in Ranger Battalion, if you get angry at things, that's fine. That's just you being aggressive and being a fucking go-getter and, being a badass, right? So anger is a very important part of that world. But when I got out and I couldn't really fully get angry at people or things, it would just get bottled up until something would flip the switch and, I'd use my laptop as a Frisbee in my apartment or whatever. So when I came out of that experience, my just propensity to react was 180. Like I no longer reacted. Almost everything I did was intentional rather than reactive. Because whatever it was, whatever that substance did in my brain, it gave me the ability to use your words, use your skills, use your whatever, instead of being impulsive. I was intentional. And that was everywhere from, if a guy cut me off in traffic down to my relationship with alcohol. Everything was no longer an impulse and it was all an intention. And, I think it's been 3 years now and I'm still gleaning positive lessons from those ceremonies. I still have unlocks, and I go back to, you know, things that I remembered during the ceremonies that I'm like, oh wow, that's what that meant, or this or that. And you know, I like to try and view it again from a physiological standpoint rather than the hippy dippy spiritual side, which I do believe in a lot of that, but it's easier for me to digest and easier for me to apply if I think about it from the science.
So it was an overall positive, but at the time you did it, you said it's the worst thing you've ever done. Why would you take, after that first one, what is the incentive to do it again? Like to do those 3 others to make it a total of 4?
Yeah. A lot of it was, and I'll say, like, going into that second ceremony was scary.
Yeah.
I was absolutely terrified. So you get there, I think we were at that retreat for 7 days. So you get there, you talk to your shaman, he kind of talks to you about your background. You've talked to him before on the phone and whatnot. You do a ceremony, and then you immediately do a ceremony the next night. But you do kind of a debrief with the shaman the next day, and I was like, man, that was horrible. He was like, yeah, I knew you'd need to get your ass kicked a little bit. Like, that's why I gave you that huge dose. And I was like, are you going to do that again? And he's like, well, I don't know. We'll see. Cause you know, he kind of has a sixth sense.
Are you like, you haven't decided yet?
Yeah. He has a sixth sense for what he thinks you need. So going into that second ceremony, was pretty terrifying, but it's a feeling that I also describe in some of the things I've done in combat and in gunfights or contacts or whatever. I think a lot of the courage or bravery or whatever you want to call it I've shown in life is a product of my own cowardice, right? I'm too scared to not do it because I'm scared I'll look like a coward, right? So I'm more scared of letting people down or looking bad than I am of the consequences of what I'm about to do. So yeah, it was basically like, well, if I don't do another one, what are all the positives that may come from that I just screwed myself out of an opportunity, you know?
Okay.
People have come and done this before me, and they survived. Like, I'm going to be under, it's going to be horrible, but I'm going to come out of the other side and I'll probably be better off for it. So, you know, that second ceremony had a lot of turbulence there, but towards the end of it, I started to have some really, really amazing visuals and stuff that really, really made my path kind of crystal clear. You know, it was also in one of those ceremonies that I'd done tech advising, I'd done a little, you know, writing and all this, but I didn't know what I was. And in one of those ceremonies, it became abundantly clear. Like, I got the messaging from whatever little part of my brain, you are a storyteller. This is what you're supposed to do. To include talking about that experience. Because one of the bigger things that you hear from people when they're going into one of these things is there's no way to describe it. I can't tell you how it's going to be. I can't tell you. And one of the things that came to me was try. Like, don't just write it off as, oh, it's indescribable. You just have to do it yourself, which is what a lot of people say, which is fine. But that's why I will always answer questions, and I'll always go out of my way to try and describe it as best I can, but I don't like to proselytize it.
Got it.
Because again, I think that those substances and those experiences will find you, and you're gonna do them when it's right in your life. I don't think that people should have to hunt you down to do it, if that makes sense. Yeah, and honestly, like, the reason I got into that, a lot of it was Joe Rogan. And I was living in LA. I was having a lot of anger issues again. You could call it depression, whatever you want, but I listened to Joe Rogan and I heard Mike Tyson talk about, how his life had improved after psychedelics, and I'd done psilocybin, really just psilocybin. And I remember a good buddy of mine and me and a couple of good buddies of mine went down to Mexico, went on the beach, and we did my first kind of psychedelic experience with psilocybin. And I remember during it, I was like, this is great. I mean, it was hard. It was, weird experience. It was kind of hard, but
no one's guiding you. You're just doing it.
One of my buddies there who had a lot of experience with it was kind of guiding me through it. But I remember getting finished with that, and I had a little bit of a glow for the next couple days, and then I had a crash. And then I had this kind of feeling of hopelessness, like, shit, this is supposed to help me, but I don't feel any different, and that's one of the reasons why I have a hard time pushing it on people, because I think if you don't go into those things with the right intentions and the right time in your life and the right kind of shaman guiding you through it, you can be set up for failure.
Yeah.
Like if you're a person who's at rock bottom and you've read articles, you've listened to podcasts with all these people that are saying, hey, ayahuasca saved my life. And then you go and you have an ayahuasca experience that's not the right one for you. That's going to be worse for you than having never done it at all. So I'm very cautious with who I push it on.
How are those the third and fourth then sessions?
The third one was amazing. Oh. So another kind of physiological brain fact is we as humans are supposed to carry 7 generations of DNA. So in theory, you can experience the trauma of 7 generations of your, ancestors. So I was having really, really amazing visuals that I couldn't explain, that were memories, but they weren't mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of very cool, like, turn of the century stuff. And then a lot of it too is kind of where you kind of draw your lineage or your ancestry. My family's Denman used to be Danemen, or Danish Vikings. So I had these, and we were talking about it the next day, and I was talking about the visions I was having and the visuals, and everybody was jealous of me because mine were so cool, I was on Viking longboats. I was in a longhouse, like chanting and drumming with other Vikings, and, I became this, like, kind of Aquaman where I was swimming, like, in fjords and under icebergs and doing all this great stuff, and was having these really great visuals. And then one of the things that a guy who was a very mature guy about psychedelics and about ayahuasca in particular, when I left to go do it, I was like, any advice? And he said, don't be scared to die. Like, just welcome it. And I remember the first ceremony, I was like, I wasn't not scared to die. I was begging the medicine to kill me. I'm like, because a lot of that turbulence is, you have to give in, right? You have to let it do its thing. And if you resist it, you're going to have turbulence. And I was having that turbulence. I was like, kill me. I'm not scared to die. It's fine. But in my third one, I went through like 100 deaths, like of different types. I was eaten by a giant snake. I was shot in the face as a soldier in Vietnam. And these are very vivid things. And when you talk about it, you're like, I promise I'm not crazy. Like, I was on plant medicine. But after all those deaths, the rest of my ceremonies were very just beautiful, peaceful, showing me, what love should feel like, showing me what happiness is, showing me vulnerability, and, the ability to be vulnerable. A lot of things. I think that while in my conscious mind, I was never bothered. Actually, to the contrary, I wasn't, not only was I not bothered, but I was proud of the fact that I'd gone to combat, faced the enemy, and killed them. I'd killed people. But I think at some subconscious level, it bothered me. Not that I'd done it, but that it didn't bother me. And I had one very specific vision. And I was kind of inside, or I was experiencing the experience of one of the guys that I killed in 2005. So I remember in this vision, I feel scared, homesick, all these things, and I'm laying in a building in Iraq, in Western Iraq, just like a rundown old building, and I hear rotor blades. And I wake up, and all these other guys are speaking Arabic, and they're like yelling back and forth, and dust starts to come in the window. And I grab my rifle, and I run outside. 2 guys are with me, and they get shot. And I'm really scared, and I turn the corner, and I just start to run. And I'm like thinking I'm going to make it, and I look, and then I see myself, and I get drilled, and I get dropped. And then I'm laying there, and I'm experiencing all this, and I get rolled over, I get searched, I can feel it, but I'm dead. More rotor blades come, the sun starts to come up, I'm just laying there, guys come, they pick me up, they wrap me up, they bury me, I start to feel my body decompose, and then I feel something coming out of my chest, and it's a flower that comes out and grows through the ground, and then my POV changes, and I look from above, and this flower comes out of the ground, this purple flower, and it sprouts open, and there's a baby in it. That's the whole...
Wow.
That's the whole kind of vision. So it was this 36-hour physical period combined with this months of decomposition, but it all took place very fast. And what I kind of took from that was hey, you're just a part of life. Wow. And part of the natural evolution of things. You are a part of the world, right? You have a place in it, and you don't necessarily control that. So you going overseas and doing what you're supposed to be doing was a part of the natural order of the world. And like I said, I never had any moral objections to anything I ever did, but I think at some base human level it did bother me, and that helped wash that away.
Was that vision your third or your fourth?
That was in my third. That
was in your third. Yeah. What happened on the fourth?
The fourth was pretty uneventful.
Okay.
I think by that time we were all pretty fatigued. And I think in the fourth one, you go in and you have a lot of your intentions. You do a little ceremony where you write them down, burn the paper, and it's kind of like they send you off on a high note kind of thing. So you don't do a whole lot of medicine, just, enough to kind of see the other side a little bit and make all your intentions for the whole thing become clear. So it was, a lot of just cool visuals and clarity and things that I'd learned so far.
Wow.
Mainly in hey, a big message that came out during it was you are the medicine, right? You, in the grand scheme of things, you didn't need this. Everything that you have gleaned from this experience was gleaned from you. You did this. You did all this work. You have the ability to do this again without this substance. So you are the medicine. Just always be intentional. Always be true to yourself. Always love yourself. And you can be happy in whatever scenario you're in life.
Wow.
So,
man, that is wild. When you're walking out of there, then what are you thinking when you're done and you have to walk back down this trail and then get on a plane home? And
yeah, it's a really, really funny little story. So we're leaving. So we do the next night, we all get together and just kind of talk and whatever. And it's in a little thing called a maloka, which is like a house on stilts in the jungle. That's where you do the ceremonies. And I'm leaving the maloka, and you still kind of have some residual effects of the medicine in this place. You're still kind of not super lucid, but you're feeling very hippy dippy.
Okay.
Right? You're one with the jungle at this
Yeah.
point. And I remember walking down the trail you described through the jungle, and my mind was kind of racing. I'm like, oh man, I'm fucking enlightened. Like, I know so much stuff. My life's gonna be so great now. And I'm like, and I get to my room, which is just, they have these little kind of hut things. And I get to my room, and it's dark out, but one of the things ayahuasca does is it improves your night vision, so you can see it. It's actually like what the indigenous tribes down there used to do it, like microdose it, so they could hunt at night.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm getting to my room, and I stop, and I'm like, am I seeing shit? On the handrail that led up to my door, there was a sloth just like laying there, holding onto the door, and just looks over at me. I was like, oh, okay. Just like that was the jungle just telling me to chill the fuck out, And that little sloth guy, and then he just, meandered off, grabbed a branch, and scampered off in a super slow way. And I was like, okay, I get it. Like, I don't have to do anything with all this knowledge, right? This is just nature's way of saying, like, dude, you just learned a lot of stuff. Like, chill out and just let it be a moment in your life that makes you more happy. You don't have to take this out and use it for all this higher good. You don't have to like go crazy. Just chill out. So yeah, I came out of that, and they also tell you, and I would tell anyone else that's going to do these things, you come out of there with it's a glow, right? For like 2 or 3 months, you're like, everything's great. Oh, my house just got repossessed. That's all right. That's just what the jungle wanted or whatever. You have a very hippy dippy.
Yeah.
So they say, don't make any major life decisions.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, don't go divorce your wife. Don't go propose to your girlfriend. Don't quit your job. Don't get a new job. Like, cause all these new pathways that are now firing in your brain, you're not used to them, and you may not make the best decisions. So yeah, I came out and just, tried to integrate this new stuff into my life. And it was funny. Ray picked me up from the airport, and I was like, hey man, everything's great. He's like, all right, man, you're weird. Quit being weird, dude.
That sounds exactly like what Ray would say.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. But, it was great.
Quit being weird.
Yeah. Quit being weird, man. But, yeah, it's, like I said, 3+ years later, it's still teaching me things, and something that I very much am thankful for having gotten to do.
Wow.
That I was shown that I'm the medicine. I have control over my emotions and thoughts and actions, reactions, all that. It's up to us.
Man. And how did that lead to Ukraine?
Oh yeah. So Ukraine, I took this, I took the job with media a year ago, and then right after, the invasion happened. So I called Evan, the CEO who hired me. I was like, hey man, I know this isn't why you hired me, but I gotta go. I gotta go see this. I gotta go be a part of this. And, so I called Jane Ferguson again, who was, working for PBS NewsHour, and she had been chomping at the bit to get over. She, as a kind of a staff journalist working for a specific platform, she had to pitch the stories and ask to go. And they were pushing back and pushing back and pushing back. And finally she got the all clear to go. And I was like, hey, can I come? She's like, absolutely. I can call you my medic or whatever. But have your own stories too. So she kind of, it was again, a mutually beneficial thing where I had some contacts that had contacts that would get some stuff. But yeah, we just went over there as a team. Actually, this time we didn't get split up. So yeah, I think we went over, it was like the beginning of March, like a week or two after the invasion. The lines had pretty much become stalemated outside of Kyiv. They were still fighting pretty hard in the northwestern part. The northeastern part had been pretty much, the lines were pretty much drawn. Lots and lots of, cruise missiles, indirect, stuff like that happening in Kyiv. But yeah, it was wild. I really, when it comes to Ukraine, I have to take a step back and look and be like, man, there's so much that I just don't know. Echelons above reality, as some people say. It was a really difficult place to navigate as a journalist. There's, they don't have a First Amendment in Ukraine. They don't give a shit about the press getting a good story, because they have an abundance of support from the Western world. So there is really nothing incentivizes them to get the story out.
Got it.
Right?
That makes sense.
So for us to get to the actual line, was really hard. We got up there a couple times, but, dealing with their, press liaisons to the military, it was like, hey, come here. We have like old ladies making Molotov cocktails, and we have people in a hospital making camo nets. And it's like, I don't give a shit. So to get to the front lines, it was super dangerous. It was the.
Do you have a fixer? Do you have a local guy?
Yeah, we had a fixer. But up till the point of the invasion, my fixer had been like a personal trainer or something.
Right.
He was like a cadet. Like he'd been in like the Ukrainian reserves, but not a well-connected guy. And I had some other contacts, but all of them were very, very apprehensive about. There's no incentive for them to get us a good story. They already had the popular support of the West.
Yeah.
Any risk they assumed that could possibly, violate their OPSEC or whatever was just like basically zero willingness to assume any risk to get us a story. So to get to the front, you had to kind of like try and find your way there. And that's dangerous. If I look at it from, if Salt Lake City was under siege and they went down and handed every military-age male in Salt Lake City an AK and that said, hey, that's your corner. Make sure nobody gets through it.
Wow.
And then add that half of them are drunk.
Oh.
That's the operating environment you have to drive around in and try and, find a bottleneck that will get you to the front. And that's what we were doing kind of every day. And, there was one incident we were driving around and the camera guy had a little gimbal camera and he was just kind of messing with the settings in the front seat. And we were driving. There was a couple roadblocks that weren't manned. They were fixed roadblocks. They put Jersey barriers up to kind of bottleneck all the traffic into this one lane to get over the bridge. And they changed those things kind of daily. So we didn't know. Our driver was just looking for a better way in. We're driving and we look up and all of a sudden we're like, oh shit. And we're basically getting VI'd, vehicle interdicted, by a bunch of dudes. And they thought that we were driving, or like, cause the way we were driving, it looked like we were kind of probing. And then you have a guy in the front seat with a gimbal and they thought that we were, saboteurs or scouts or whatever. And they, pull us out of the car, have a dude rack his AK in my face, lay us out on the ground. And I was like, man, this is a different level of danger than not different level, but a different type of danger than I've ever experienced. Jane Ferguson, she was like, yeah, whatever. I do this all the time.
Wow.
But it was, you had to put a lot of faith into the professionalism of the kind of home guard type dudes.
Okay.
That I don't necessarily have. A few days into our time there, I feel like a piece of shit because I forgot his name, but a Time magazine journalist was killed like 150 meters up the road from us at one of those checkpoints, and that was in that northeastern part of Kyiv where there was still a good amount of fighting going on. And he was going basically in and out of kind of the forward friendly lines, which is where we were attempting to go when it happened. And, he was driving out of kind of the fighting, and dude saw him driving and didn't like his near or far recognition signal and lit up his car and killed him. And, on the ground there, they're like, the Russians are targeting journalists and this and that. And I was like, I heard the scenario, what was happening. I was like, that's not what happened. That guy got lit up by a checkpoint. Russians aren't here to, they have enough problems. They're not targeting journalists,
Interesting.
They can't even fight their way through that town. They don't have the bandwidth to target journalists.
Wow.
So I don't think it was a malicious or intentional killing on the part of the Ukrainians, but if last week you worked at Domino's Pizza and this week you're on a checkpoint like 150 meters or 200 meters behind the front lines with the red horde coming at you, you're not going to make the best decisions. So.
Right. Or last week, like in Iraq, you're 18 years old and you show up, or 19 or 20, and you heard about the VBID that went off a couple weeks before you got there and killed X number of people, and now you're standing in that gate at whatever base you're assigned to, and here comes a vehicle that is that bad suspension, or is that laden with explosives? I can't really tell. Is that a family inside, or is that one person driving, or two, or what? Is that an AK? Yeah. It's dicey. Yeah. It's fear is one of the most dangerous things there is out there in environments like that. So
how long were we there? I think we were there about just under a month, 3 weeks.
And you're reporting for Coffee or Die? You saw your creds?
Yeah. I had my creds, and then I honestly, just because the name Coffee or Die would if English is your second language and you say I report for Coffee or Die, it gets you some tilted heads.
Yeah.
So I usually would just say I was with PBS.
Yeah.
From Jane's credential, but yeah, I mean, I had they gave me a Ukrainian press pass and all that, so I was legit. It was just they didn't want to give you any access, so we left Kyiv because then stuff was kind of starting to heat up in the south, down by Crimea and all that, down in a place called Mykolaiv, which was a very contested city. So we went down there to try and get to the front lines there. Got within, sight and sound of small arms fire, but didn't really get on the line. The kind of district chief there was a real, I don't want to say he was a shithead, but again, there's no incentive for him to put us up there. Like, why would, if I was the commander and somebody like, hey, we want to get a story. I'm like, why? I don't care. Fuck off. So got down there and was there for about a week in Mykolaiv, Odessa, kind of that area. Just, again, hunting for better stories. And at the end of the day, we ended up leaving because we just couldn't get good access to really report on things.
Why did you want to go there? What was the draw? Was it combat journalism? Is that a draw for you in general? And this happened to be what was kicking off, and an opportunity to go and report from a combat zone. Yeah.
In my mind, love Full Metal Jacket as well, and my War Gone By Miss It So. In my mind, I'm able to go to those places and be more comfortable. And in being more comfortable, it opens up bandwidth for creativity in telling these stories. Like, I'm not comfortable getting shot at, but I know kind of what to do. It's not a significant emotional event for me as it is for somebody who's never done that. So that's, a couple different advantages there. I'm also able to embed with, friendly forces and not be a hindrance. I can get in where I fit in and know how to do that and not be in the way. And, I can take the kind of the visceral parts of combat out of it and just report on the facts and report on what's going on, because I've been here before. I know what this is like. I've experienced this. So that's not part of my story. That's not part of the way I'm telling this. And also, I've hated Russians since I was a kid, Red Dawn, Rocky, all those things. Those were the bad guys when you're a kid. And I wanted to go see it. I wanted to go and experience, Russians and Russians being the bad guy again. And yeah, it was a very wild experience.
Where'd you guys stay?
So in Kyiv, we stayed at it was the hotel that all the journalists were in.
Okay. And as you're driving around to the different places, do you know where you're going? Does your fixer have a place for you? Is it a hotel, a family, friend's house?
Yeah.
Like
Our fixer
Airbnb?
Fixer was pretty good. Yeah. I mean, tried to stay in hotels proper just for, and that was kind of something I wanted. I was like, hey, just for accountability purposes, we want to be co-located with other journalists because it's harder for shady shit to happen to us if we're co-located with other journalists. So in Kyiv, we were in the Intercontinental, which is where, it was a few of the days in Kyiv, they actually implemented a curfew for journalists. So we were stuck. There was one day they wouldn't even let us out of the hotel at all.
Yeah.
So you're in there and you're looking around like the restaurant in the hotel where they fed you, and it's like you just see all these familiar faces, like talking heads from ABC, NBC, CNN. Everybody's there. It's kind of
kidding.
It's kind of a surreal thing. One of those moments in my life where I'm like, fuck, this is fucking weird.
Yeah.
And then in Mykolaiv, also just found out a hotel that had the most journalistic exposure. But a couple funny little things, when we were there, we were eating the food and stuff was pretty scarce. Like it was pretty shit. I took a bunch of dehydrated meals and I was eating those. And we got to Mykolaiv and our fixer was like, I know a pizza place that's open.
Nice.
Yeah. And we found this pizza place that had like a full on brick oven. It was,
it was legit?
Awesome. Yeah, legit.
Nice.
And we sat down and our pizza came out and I took one bite and then like cruise missiles started hitting, and they were hitting about 3 or 4 blocks from us. But
wow,
of course we get up, run outside of their cameras, and we start going, kind of going to the sound of the guns, so to speak, and trying to figure it out. We're running around, and we had our driver stay put. We just stayed on foot. We get back, and the people that ran the pizza place were like, "Oh, we thought you guys were like dine and dashers." I'm like, that would have been the most elaborate way to not pay for pizza that's priced in Eastern European,
nickel.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't time the cruise missiles to hit, so I wouldn't have to pay you, $6 for a pizza or whatever. But yeah, it was. And then another time down there, the water in our hotel wasn't working, so we were like, we're getting pretty nasty. So our fixer found a Russian bath, like a banya, the Russian spa, on the outskirts of Mykolaiv. And we go to this Russian bath, the spa, and I'm like sitting in there having a sauna and a cold plunge and doing all this stuff. It was great. But the cold plunge was outside and I was sitting out there in the cold, and I was just like, you could just hear the rumbling of the line. And I was like, again, just like, man, I'm sitting here in like an ice bath listening to combat.
Crazy.
It was just weird, surreal time.
Man, yeah, I put a Russian spa bathhouse into my upcoming novel, Only the Dead, and a buddy of mine was over in Ukraine and went to one as well that he described just like you did.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, I discovered it's funny how the ice baths and stuff have become a big trend lately, and I've been going when I lived in New York, I'd go to the Russian bath once a week
really?
To do all that. Yeah.
Spa 88?
Yes, Spa 88. Is that the one that's in the...
It's inspired by.
Yeah.
Inspired by.
Love that place. I was just there.
No kid. Yeah, a friend of mine goes there, a Wall Street friend, and started describing it to me, and I'm like, Anyway, I ended up working something like that into the...
Spa 88's one of my favorite
Do you
places.
eat when you're there?
Oh, yeah.
Good stuff?
Borscht and pelmeni and...
Oh, man, you're all in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, you're going to like this part of the book then, I think.
So I was talking about when I was into the CrossFit world, and the Olympic weightlifting was a big part of that world, and there were a couple guys in New York who were on the Russian national team, so they made their living teaching CrossFitters how to snatch and clean and jerk, and they introduced me to the Spa 88.
Okay. That's old school, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I actually went to, during that time period, I got really into the Russian weightlifting world, and I went to Russia for a meet, and got to go to I went to Moscow, and I went to St. Petersburg, and I went to the oldest Russian bath.
Oh, wow.
In Russia that's in Moscow, which was super bougie. You know, it's Moscow.
Oh, okay.
Super bougie, nice. No one batted an eye that I was an American. You know, it was
okay.
Good food and all that. And then we went to St. Petersburg, and there was another super old Russian bath there. It's the one that Lenin used to go to when he lived there. I was like, yeah, I got to see this. And I walked into that one, and it was like the record, or the needle across the record, because it was just, you know, it wasn't a bougie locker room. It was just a room with a bunch of hooks on the wall.
Yeah.
You got naked and took and I'm covered in tattoos. And I look at these hooks, and there's a bunch of like police uniforms and fucking army uniforms. And I'm like, son of a bitch. Well, if you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly, you know? So I just like owned it and was like, hey, what's up? And just started speaking English as much as possible to like, hey, I'm not a Russian gangster. I'm just an American.
Those tattoos are pretty recognizable, I think.
Yeah. I was like, hey, I'm just a dumb American tourist here. Like, no need to be alarmed. And by the end of that visit, you know, we were all speaking broken English, pointy talkie, and having a good time. But yeah,
that's wild.
Anyway, yeah, it's just funny how the cold plunge and sauna has become.
Yeah, that's crazy that you've been to Spy 88 and been to these other places. That's amazing. So in the future then, did the experience in Ukraine and the experience on the airfield as a journalist in Afghanistan, did that inspire you to keep seeking out those combat zones to report on what's happening over there from the ground? Or do you feel like you got your fill, or what's, because that Ukraine, I mean, it wasn't even a year, it's a year ago you were there. Yeah,
you know, I think what it inspired me more to do is, yes, I would like to continue doing that, but what it more so inspired me to do is see, you know, it sounds so cliche, but, you know, when I came back from HKIA, I was hired by ABC to be a special consultant. Well, I did a few spots, a few stand-ups. They asked me a few questions, and like when it was part of the news cycle, and then it went away. And I spent 4 of those 6 weeks not doing a damn thing because, you know, without saying it in so many words, they were like, hey, we're taking this out of the news cycle because it doesn't meet the agenda of basically our shareholders or whoever. You know, there are people pulling the strings of all these media entities. And that, plus seeing how controlled the coverage coming out of Ukraine was, it just really, for somebody that wanted to be a combat correspondent or a journalist in some way, shape, or form, it was like finding out Santa Claus wasn't real. Right? Like, the news has an agenda. So what it's really kind of inspired me to do is try to find other ways to publish information, right? Other platforms, whether that's, you know, live streams or social media or whole new platforms, vlogs, websites, getting with people who are smart in the publishing world, publishing of information, not necessarily books, but trying to, for future things, figure out ways we can get information to people that's true and timely and not being reported for the special interests of whoever is funding that platform. You know? So, yeah, going into this year, that's kind of my focus is figuring out new and better ways to get information to people. And a lot of those are just coming out, you know, like new things in the web, live streams, Twitch, things like that are, you know, a lot of times these things start as some silly thing, like Twitch is a way to watch people play video games.
Yeah,
but
heard about this.
But if you can Twitch live stream from a conflict, you know, or you know, basically report on things before the, you know, whatever the messaging that the mainstream wants to push out before that's established. When you're just reporting the facts and reporting the news on the ground without whatever messaging is kind of the end thing, right? That's really what I'm going to be more passionate about in the future.
Yeah. Well, Afghanistan left the news cycle pretty quick.
Yeah.
For being the end of a 20-year conflict for the U.S. anyway.
Yeah. And now, you know, like I know a good number of journalists, and you talk to them, and it's, you can, in that mainstream media ecosphere, you can get a scarlet letter for pushing things too hard. You know, if you are a journalist that continues to pitch stories about that withdrawal, or even stories about the present day conditions in Afghanistan, like,
yeah, you hear nothing on
human rights issues. The Taliban are absolutely executing on what we thought worst case scenario plan would be as far as human rights issues, women's rights, all these things. They're doing those things and no one knows about it because it makes our present administration look bad. And that is a crime. And again, I don't like to say stuff like that because it makes me sound like I'm just, I hate this administration. It's not that at all. I mean, I'm not a fan of them, but it's not that I'm like only wanting to report this because it's disadvantageous to them. I'm trying to do it because it's the truth. And the truth is they caused this and we should all know about it. But instead, you know, now these mainstream media platforms are shaping and shifting the way that our public and our voter base thinks. And it's kind of scary.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't always that way, you know,
right.
They were always, seems like anyway, I mean, they were, defenders of the First Amendment, along with, some attorneys out there. And they go after these stories. Like right now, I don't know if you followed the Nord Stream 1 and 2 story, but let's say early March 7th, I think it was, Seymour Hersh published an article on Substack. So in that article, a very detailed article about how the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines were destroyed in September of 2022 after both President Biden and I think she's the Undersecretary for Policy at the State Department said that we would destroy or stop the Nord Stream pipeline. And he went through it in great detail how this happened, and silence, crickets from the rest. It would be, if this was 75, it would be the biggest story in the country on every major news network. So it's interesting to see how it's shifted over in a fairly short period of time. And so that came out early March. Early February. Early March, a few weeks later, month later, the New York Times has an article come out that is essentially a response to that Substack article. And it comes after meetings with Germany and the United States. And it talks about how a pro-Ukrainian paramilitary group of 5 to 6 people rented a yacht, went down. It doesn't say this, but you'd have to, because it happened at, let's say, 250 feet, I think. So some technical diving skills required, some demolition skills required, fake passports are involved. So they write all this stuff out, no sources, of course. And a lot of it's very vague, whereas the Seymour Hersh article is very detailed. And it's interesting that these pro-Ukrainian paramilitary group that pulled this off have fake passports, which are not really a thing anymore with facial. I mean, it's not like escaping from the prison camp in World War II where you have the forger in there that's cutting out. You know, it's not your ID in the 70s or 80s where you're cutting another photo out and laminating it over your old ID. Facial recognition, all these other things are involved today that make it a little more difficult. And traveling under a fake passport, even a real fake passport by a foreign intelligence service, when you throw the facial recognition technology in there, it can cause some issues. So they did all this stuff perfect, this pro-Ukrainian paramilitary group with these technical diving skills and demolition skills and navigation skills to find the pipeline and get down to it and then plant these explosives. But they do all that, but they rent their yacht from like the one Ukrainian that's renting yachts in Germany. Like... it's not adding up. It's not adding up.
Yeah.
But it's interesting how, whether it's government officials, whether it's intelligence officials, and kind of the counterpart to the New York Times in Germany has a very similar article come out at the same time. Yeah. It's all a response to this Substack article by Seymour Hersh. So it is interesting, that media landscape and the shifting media landscape from, mid-70s, mid-80s up to today. Yeah. It's a different landscape.
Yeah, it's again, it's scary. When the consolidation of it all is scary.
We talked about the military industrial complex earlier. There is a media industrial complex, to be sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there was during the pandemic, there was I don't remember the name of the app that they kind of marketed themselves as the right-leaning social media platform. I can't remember the name of it, but that thing went live, and it was live for a couple weeks, and then Apple was like, you can't have your platform on our devices. And I was like, holy shit. Like that moment, I was like, oh man, anybody could get erased.
Oh yeah.
I could wake up tomorrow morning and I don't have an identity. I don't have any money in my bank account.
Credit cards don't work.
Nothing works. Mm-hmm. And there's no one I can tell about it. So yeah, I'm not a big conspiracy theorist, but like it is scary. And the more consolidation of these things that we experience, the scarier it'll get.
Yeah. And it's interesting how these conspiracies end up being true and then not talked about in the legacy media. It's really interesting, but you're right. I tell my wife, fairly regularly, like, hey, we got to be prepared for that day when we just wake up and we're canceled and there's no podcast and there's no social media presence and the website's down and my publisher doesn't renew the contract and all that stuff. And that's it.
Yeah.
So got to make preparations now for that. So don't let it be a surprise when it happens is kind of what what we talk about. Yeah. We can't wake up one morning and be shocked that could happen or that happened. Yeah. After this podcast, it's probably happening for sure. So this might be the last one. It's quite possible. Yeah. Oh man. Well, then how did it shift from, so you get out, you have your experience down in South America, you're technical advising, you're working for Coffee or Die. And then how does this parachute thing come to be that's successful?
Yeah. So, actually one of the ways that Evan kind of lured me onto the team was, he's like, hey, in March, we're going to go out to Eloy, Arizona, Skydive, Arizona. I'm going to bring a bunch of guys from Black Rifle. We're all going to get our A license in skydiving. And it's nothing I ever really wanted.
And this is like a year or two ago?
This is exactly, we got there a year ago today.
Okay.
So.
And you weren't a big jumper. You did static line?
I did static line only, which I wasn't a fan of. It was just a means of infiltration.
Exactly.
I didn't.
Me too.
I didn't like it. But I was like, no, it'd be cool. It'd be a challenge, like maybe something I can get into. And I absolutely hated it. Hated skydiving. But I also found that during skydives was the only time I really experienced presence. Mm-hmm. And I knew that was kind of therapeutic.
Yep.
So I stuck with it. And I was like, I don't know why I'm sticking with this. I went and got my license. I checked that blog. I did the mission there. But I feel like I want to stick with this for something, and kept jumping. Logan and I and Evan, and we were actually the three that made it to the end and got our license. I enjoyed going on jump trips, going to Skydive San Diego with, I don't know if you know Jeff Bramstead. Yeah. So I met him.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, me and Pete Berg and Ray did some Army recruiting commercials, and Bram was the free fall.
Nice.
Kind of choreographer guy. So I met him. He'd always been trying to get me to jump. He's like, oh, you're finally jumping. Come to San Diego. So it was just a cool way. I love to travel, and it's a cool extra thing to do while I travel. And that's kind of all it was. I was doing jump trips, learning stuff, having a good time. But again, it was very therapeutic. Mm-hmm. And Evan, the CEO, Evan Hafer, the CEO of Black Rifle Coffee, he actually got an invite to do this 777 expedition, which was the brainchild of Mike Sorelli of Legacy Expeditions and Andy Stumpf. They basically are doing kind of high adventure skydiving trips with veterans. So they did Mount Everest before they jumped there. And the next one they wanted to do was break the world record to do a skydive on each continent and as fast as possible. So they came up with the term 777, which was 7 skydives, 7 continents, 7 days, which Evan was going to go on. And then Evan realized, I'm actually the CEO of a company, so I don't really have the time to either participate in this or do the train up necessary for it. So I was fortunate enough to where he was like, I still want Black Rifle to be a part of this, but I want you guys to go do it. So he put Logan and I on that. We started a train up. We did 2 training camps down at Complete Parachute Solutions, CPS, Coolidge, Arizona. They train NSW, they train all kinds of foreign SOF, really great facility. So had to go and kind of like put my skydiving career on fast forward.
Yeah.
And,
how many jumps do you have at this point?
I'm at
when you get down there to like start training up for this 777.
So we had to get to our C license. So I was at I just barely hit it. I was at 205 or something, maybe 200. Barely hit that. That was kind of our goal, was to hit that C license by the time we went on it. And that was kind of a self-imposed thing by the leader of the expedition. He's like, I need to know you guys can do this because some of these jumps are going to be, spicy, which they ended up being. Went and did all the train up necessary, our final camp there was kind of a confined area canopy course. So very focused on off-site releases with, very accurate landings, is what we really worked on. A lot of canopy work, getting your canopies to travel really far, just in case. So did that whole train up. Mike Sorelli and those guys on the back end logistically. I mean, the skydives were, they were a challenge, but the logistical planning and preparation in this is really, really what carried the day.
Yeah.
So doing all that to raise awareness and ultimately fundraising for the Folds of Honor Foundation, which they give scholarships to Gold Star families or families of vets who are seriously disabled. So, and then that's an absolutely great organization. I didn't even know about it until I did this. And then as I was working, I made contact with a guy from my company in 1st Ranger Battalion who was killed. And I came to find out that Folds of Honor sent his wife to get her master's in education and gave her a career. She had her undergrad, but she was basically, single mom, widow, without really a vocation to carry her through life. And Folds of Honor is like, what do you want to do? And she's like, I'll be a teacher. And they're like, okay, here's a scholarship to go get your master's in education. And then
very cool.
Found out, all these other touch points of KIA that I knew or had a degree of separation from, who had sent their kids to college or to a vocational school, all these things. And I just, after a while in the veteran kind of space, you see a lot of nonprofits who are just not doing it right, and it was so refreshing to find one that was putting their money where their mouth is and putting the money into the exact thing that they say they're going to do. Yeah. So it was really rewarding to do something like this to give them exposure. Because like I said, I didn't know about them before. We had some partnerships with some other brands that sponsored us with parachutes and with equipment and flights. Like American Airlines donated a ton of miles to get us flown around the world and reduce costs there. And then just the skydiving community that came out, all these drop zones around the world that, we came in and they knew what we were doing. So they're helping us get to the drop zone.
Right. You're on the clock.
Here's all your waivers. Sign them. Here, go up. All right. We got Packers on standby.
Wow.
while these packers are packing your chutes, you're going to eat food that we made for you. It was really cool to see all these different communities of people take to this event, this challenge that we were doing, and really get invested in it and play a part. And then, you know, their own little part like was a point of failure for the trip. So had they not been so supportive, you know, when it comes down to something as simple as like having drivers ready to take us to the airport, where like they didn't have to do that. And if they hadn't, we would have missed our flight, and the whole thing would have, you know, we still would have broken the world record, but it wouldn't have been as catchy. And
wouldn't have been, the seven continents, 7 days, 7 skydives. Yeah. And you start, so your clock essentially starts in Antarctica on that first jump. So you have to wait for weather, and then as soon as that jump goes, now we're on the clock to do these other continents in 7 days.
So the way we did Antarctica, so there's a rotator that we went to a place called Union Glacier. It's, I always mess up. It's a few hundred miles inland. It's not on the coast. There's no life there, no penguins, nothing.
No penguins.
But they have a blue ice runway there, which supports heavy. So they had an Aleutian that supplies them. And so they're really the only place in Antarctica that runs jump operations. They've only had about 40 people total ever skydive in Antarctica. 3 of them died. But so they have a 6-day rotator, you know, unless you're Elon Musk, you can just fly in whenever you want. But we flew in on this rotator, and then our plan was, as soon as we get a weather window, we're going to jump, and we're going to get one in the can. Right?
Yep.
But we can't leave until that rotator comes back. So we get in, takes a couple days, we get a weather window, we jump, we have one in the can. Okay. Worst case scenario, our clock has started. Mm-hmm. Then the plan was, as soon as that heavy leaves from Chile, it's about a 4-hour flight. Once we hear wheels up, if we have the weather, we're going up and we're going to jump. So that's what we did. That plane took off. We flew to altitude, jumped, landed.
From the plane that picked you up in Antarctica?
No. Oh. They have a little fleet of planes there. They have Baslers, basically like converted C-47s. They have Otters. They have, you know, kind of bush planes, but with skis on them. So we just jumped out of a Twin Otter that first time. Tried to talk him into letting us jump that converted C-47, but the pilot wasn't into it. He'd never done an airdrop, so he didn't want to. But so yeah, as soon as our flight taking us out took off from Chile on the way to Antarctica, we got in the Otter and jumped. Hit the ground, basically threw our unpacked rigs into our bags, got on that plane, flew back to Chile, went to the civilian airport, packed our rigs while we were waiting for our flight, got on a flight from Punta Arenas to Santiago, which was a red eye. Got there early that morning, Skydive Andes, which is near Santiago. Those guys drove out, picked us up, took us to the drop zone, jumped, ate some food while they packed our rigs for us.
Yeah.
Immediately went to the Santiago airport, flew to Miami, jumped Skydive Spaceland. I can't remember the name of it, but just north of Miami. Well, while on the drive from the airport in Miami to Spaceland to do that North America jump, all of us are sitting there and our American Airlines apps are bling, 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 bling. Your flight's canceled. That was when there was a nationwide cancellation of all NOTAMs. Like the NOTAM system went down.
So crazy.
So we're all like, okay, we're fucked, but none of us think that way. So we kind of huddled up. We're like, hey, everybody think of everybody in your support network, your ecosphere. We got to get a flight to Spain. So ended up getting a private aircraft that was funded by one of the sponsors. They bought us a flight from Miami to Barcelona. Flew private there. We did plan on doing the whole thing commercial, but, you know, Murphy happens. So flew straight in, and then that NOTAM cancellation was probably, in my opinion, a blessing in disguise, because had we flown commercial, just the logistics of getting our bags, getting out of the airport, all that stuff would have taken just a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
And in Spain, we had 4 hours on the ground.
Wow.
So we got off the flight, went to the drop zone, which is about a 45-minute drive. Got in a Porter, 10 of us in that little tiny Porter aircraft. And while we were there, we had 100% cloud cover on the drop zone. So everybody was like, so this is when the training at CPS came in handy, because we jumped. I think 2 of us landed on the drop zone. The rest of us landed off because the cloud deck ended at about 1,400 feet.
Mm.
So you come out of the clouds, there's a drop zone there. No way I'm making it back. Got to find a friendly out here, a safe out, and land off site. So same thing there. It was pretty amazing because a lot of us landed off, and we all made it back. Again, threw our unpacked rigs into our bags, straight to the airport, flew to Egypt.
Are you back commercial, or do you keep that aircraft with you?
We're back on commercial. Yeah. Okay. That was the only leg we did private. So yeah, we get to Egypt, ended up having we got to Egypt late at night, going to jump the next morning. So we linked up in Miami with a master rigger who was, in case we had parachute problems. So he became our packer. So we got a few hours of shut-eye that night in Egypt, woke up, went to the drop zone, and then this was where the trip kind of got traction in the media, because
those pictures are amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Before that, not that no one cared, but there was no real spark. Yeah. Even the Antarctica footage and pictures, there was no real big spark. And then we got to, it was like a little small military airfield where we took off to jump on the pyramids, and there was a guy there. And again, I'm bad with names, but a very accomplished aerial photographer, videographer. He worked on all the Mission Impossibles.
And he happens to be there? Or
he just happened to be there.
No
and
way.
Was like, oh, what are you guys doing? Oh, that's awesome.
Like, he's at the jump drop. Is there a skydive Cairo, or what is there?
Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah. They do like boogies and stuff there where they'll have people jump the pyramids and all that. So yeah, he heard about what we were doing and was like, showed up and was like, hey, can I jump with you guys? And a couple of guys were like, who the fuck's this guy? And I'm like, hey man, he's obviously legit. He had like a helmet that looked like it had a Chevy small block engine on it. It had like 9 cameras.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, just let him jump, man. He'll get good footage if nothing else. And yeah, he jumped and he got that photo.
Amazing. I posted it. I think everybody posted it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. So that photo kind of started, lack of a better term, it went viral. And from that point on, something shifted. And everybody was like, dude, we're going to pull this off. We're going to do it. And people back home started to follow along, and it became kind of what we set out to make it be. It was just like inspirational, fun, spreading the message of Folds of Honor, and just being, it was cool. It was all positive, and people really started to give a shit and like root for us. And left there, went to Abu Dhabi, which was pretty uneventful. We were supposed to jump onto the Corniche in Abu Dhabi, which is like a really cool beach kind of place. But we had some real spicy offshore winds there. And so it was like, beach, freeway, high-rise skyscrapers.
Ooh.
So like there's no outs there.
Yeah.
So we kind of made the call, let's not do the sexy Corniche. Let's just go to Skydive Abu Dhabi. And there as well, kind of like in Spain, they were like, hey, these winds are out of tolerance, but you guys are doing a world record. We'll let you ride the lightning if you want. So we jumped in some pretty high winds there that, basically in your front risers the whole time, so you don't go backwards off the DZ to try and just go straight down. Banged that one out, and then, last stop was Perth, Australia, which the Australians, and I've heard the Brits, are very strange about their skydiving. So pretty much, if I were to go to Australia now, and I'd be like, here's my C license. They'd be like, well, we don't really give a shit. We want you to go through everything again. Not to that extreme, but it's very hard to just show up there as a sports skydiver, fun jumper, whatever you want to call it, and just start jumping. So, had to call in a lot of the network. Again, this was the expedition leaders in terms of the skydiving space, the CPS guys and a guy named Nick Cush. They had all these, Australian SAS buddies that were over there that were big in the skydiving community.
Australian SAS, Special Air Service, for those listening.
Yeah. So
did those guys hook it up?
They hooked it up. Yeah.
Nice.
They found a drop zone that was willing to kind of like waiver a lot of that stuff and let us jump. They're like, hey, here's our jump logs. Here's the training we're doing. Here's this and this and this. So we got there and it felt kind of fragile, because a lot of it was handshake deals and stuff like that. And
this is the last one. This is the last one you need to put a cap on it.
Yeah, and we get there and the winds are just hucking.
Wow.
And this guy shows up, this old guy who ran the drop zone, and he just kind of looked like a dick, And I was like, oh man, this guy's gonna throw a wrench in this shit. And he's like, I'm gonna go up with you guys. And I was like, son of a bitch, he's gonna call this. He's that guy. And we get up. And we're climbing to altitude, and he keeps looking out of the aircraft and looking. He's like, "There's some clouds coming in."
Oh boy!
And I was like, "Oh motherfucker!" He's like, then he like totally flips the narrative on me, and he's like, "There's clouds coming in. I'm gonna have them turn around. You guys are just gonna go now." And we hadn't gotten to altitude yet. We were like 10 grand or whatever. I was like, "Oh, this guy's a bro.
Nice.
This guy's not a shithead like I thought."
He had the look, though. He had the look.
Yeah, he was all business, and. So he's like, we're just going to go. And he's like, and he's telling us, he's like, winds are high. Like, and, he was squared away. He had a little, overhead imagery of the drop zone. He's like, go here as your holding area. And he talked us all through it because he'd seen these winds before.
Wow.
And, and I
made it happen.
Yeah. And we hucked it out. And I was like, as soon as I exited the aircraft, I was like, fuck yeah. I didn't care how high the winds were on the drop zone. I was like, even if I land in the trees or I break my legs,
got the record.
Got the record when we hit the ground. And yeah, it was awesome. So we ended up doing it 6 days, 6 hours, 6 minutes.
That's so wild.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
What was the diciest jump for you?
Barcelona. I'd never jumped through clouds before, especially under canopy. So, there was like a 1,000-foot thick cloud layer and flying through that under canopy and then getting out of it, having to orientate myself, find a good place to land off. That was the spiciest, but it was also kind of the coolest one because it was where, you had to have your thinking cap on. You had to really kind of have your shit together.
Man, how was the Antarctica jump for you?
So it was surreal. It was like jumping into another planet. Wow. Because you're climbing altitude, you exit, and you look, and as far as you can physically see, there are no signs of life. There aren't, minus the little camp we were on. No roads.
I mean, do you see like a little thing that's not white, or do you see ocean? Do you see, what do you see?
It was just mountains.
Mountains.
It's pretty close to Mount Vinson. So you see...
Is that the highest peak?
In Antarctica, yeah. So you see that, you see... a thing called Elephant Head, all these different cool mountains in it. But it just like, best way to describe it is another planet.
Wow.
And the cold wasn't like, I went down there like loaded for bear with cold weather gear. And then I was talking to guys, a lot of team guys who'd done a lot of, free fall in cold places, Alaska and stuff. They're like, you don't really need to worry about the temperature. It's just the wind. You got to cut the wind. So I just wore a base layer, Cry level 4 bottoms, and I bought a windbreaker that was like 2 sizes too small and put that on under my puffy coat.
Okay.
That's really all I wore. And I was fine.
Nice.
A lot of the other guys on that first jump, they went a little overboard.
Oh, yeah.
By the time we exited, they were all, you could see like sweat dripping on their face. But yeah, as long as you had your exposed skin covered and you had a good windbreaker, The cold wasn't really a big, huge factor. It was a little cold under canopy, but during free fall, not at all.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. And like another thing about Antarctica that we didn't know until we got there, which, you know, you're cruising in, you're driving from the Blue Ice Runway to the camp, and you're looking around, and you're like, oh, that's the landing area. I was like, everywhere here isn't out. It's Antarctica. Who cares? Like, there's no way you can fuck this up. And then we get a briefing by the guy who was kind of the camp safety guy. Mm-hmm. And they have all these, like, flags around the camp. Because if you venture past those flags to unsurveyed areas, it's basically a giant crevasse field.
Wow.
But the crevasses have been covered by, like, you know, 12 to 18 inches of ice and snow. But if you come hucking into that in a parachute, you could break through and fall down a 300-foot crevasse. Yeah. So they're like, you can't land off.
Wow.
Or you could die.
Wow.
And if you don't, and you land off, just stay where you are, because we have to get this special snowmobile that has ground penetrating radar.
Wow.
To find a route out to get you.
Jeez.
So
surprised I didn't get a helicopter.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't have any helos down there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it made it like from this, like, oh boy, I'm going to jump in Antarctica. This is going to be great. To, oh shit, I have to really make sure I'm have my shit together here when it comes to piloting my canopy back to the landing area.
Dude, that is awesome. Yeah, I saw you guys on, what was it, Brian Kilmeade, Fox and Friends, or whatever, maybe it was his show,
yeah.
One Nation or something.
Yeah.
But that was really cool. You guys got a lot of great press out of that for Folds of Honor. So it was amazing that you pulled it off. It's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. I will admit I wasn't a true believer. I was like, man, I'm a Ranger. I always plan for the worst, you know? And I was like, yeah, man, like 1 point of failure. We missed one flight. We're fucked. And then there was a guy, Glenn Cowan, on the trip, our lone Canadian. And he was like, it's going to be good, bud. I got a feeling. Like all those guys were jumping for. We each jumped in honor of one of our fallen friends. And he's like, you know, I'm not real spiritual, but I believe in karma, and I think these guys are watching out for us. And I was like, all right, man. And then, you know, like I said, around Egypt, it started to really feel like it was going to happen.
Yeah, those are some you could feel it even on this side, following you guys and seeing those pictures. And then just a few people posted the couple-minute talks that you would do about the guys you were jumping for, and so that was really special to see that. And I mean, it's incredible that you guys made it. And then you came back to the States and did the little whirlwind tour for promotion, and then did some sort of a reunion jump in Florida. Invited everybody who supported to come out. Is that right?
Yeah. So I would have loved it if we could have just hung out in Australia for a few days. But we had to ride the wave, ride the buzz. So as soon as we could, we went back to Z Hills, Skydive Z Hills outside Tampa. And yeah, invited everybody from the community that supported us to come out, either watch us jump or jump with us, get a tandem in. And from there we went up to New York and started trying to get, you know, as much mainstream media coverage as we could. Mm-hmm. You know, going back to the thing, you know, a lot of networks really didn't give a shit. It was kind of disappointing, you know, that there were platforms out there. Usually veteran support is apolitical, but it wasn't, or it didn't seem to be. But we did get on, you know, Fox News is a big help. We're on Fox and Friends and, you know, and a lot of other smaller outlets. And we're still continuing to try and push the ball down the field and get as much fundraising done for Folds of Honor as we can. And I'll continue to beat that drum because, those guys are awesome.
Amazing. So what's ahead, man? That's a solid run right there we just went through.
Yeah.
Man.
It's been I just went down with Logan. We just went and did the RCPT. Logan was not a static line qualified jumper when he was in the Marine Corps, so he went through their little jump school. Be putting up some content around that, and then hopefully, not near term, but going over to Normandy, maybe doing some jumps there for D-Day, and continuing to beat the drum for, you know, honoring the legacy of our World War II vets. And then, you know, that group is really great in that I think a lot of what veterans need as a tribe and a challenge. And they're able to give static line parachuting to guys who maybe were jumpers or weren't. But it's a great way to find a group of people. And that's what I found with those guys this week. And it's, skydiving is time and cost prohibitive for a lot of guys. So unless you get some kind of scholarship or Flight for Veterans, I think, is one of the things that does that. But it's also time prohibitive. Whereas this group, they do these events, like this one, they had a jump master refresher, a train up, and then a jump, like 3 days. And so for 3 days, all these former paratroopers, former whatever, also family members of vets can come together and jump and have that like kind of team room feel again, and that's pretty cool. So I want to help support them. And then, like I said, I'm going to be, looking into new ways of publishing information for people, new ways of spreading information or publishing content, different platforms, and trying to figure out, as I'm sure you've seen, we have challenges in Black Rifle getting our content seen, the shadow ban, the tinkering with the algorithms in YouTube because you said the word gun or whatever that is throttling back our reach. So trying to come up with, creative new ways to get eyeballs and get ears on, information that positively affects the veteran community. And, I seek out ways to support veterans, support vets that get out and do something new. I really like to tell the stories of guys and gals that get out and, now I'm a cattle rancher, or now I build watches, or I make boots, whatever, like showing, hey, you can still have your tribe and you can still have your brotherhood and still, have a great life, but without carrying a gun and without teaching people how to carry a gun. I think is an important thing that is kind of my focus going into the years, telling those stories.
Nice, man. Love it. Love it. Dang. Well, man, thanks for taking the time today. I mean, that was awesome. You made it up through the blizzard, made it up here to the house. Hopefully your truck's not crushed by the overhanging snow and ice on the roof. And man, this is awesome. I really appreciate you taking the time. I appreciate you having me. It was good. I've been looking forward to coming on for a while. Yeah, no, I'm so glad that we finally made it happen. But yeah, congratulations on everything. That is incredible run that you've had from the military to the airfield in Afghanistan, to Ukraine, to the 7 jumps, breaking world records. No big deal. So very cool. And where else are people finding you other than Coffee or Die? Yeah, Coffee or Die. I need Black Rifle Coffee. Maine. My handle on Instagram is Laidback Berserker. And that's really where I do most of my stuff is Instagram, YouTube, and Black Rifle channels. Nice. I love it. Awesome, man. Well, hey, thank you for everything. And yeah, we'll hang out again soon. Rad. Thanks. Take care. Navy Federal Credit Union wants to thank the men and women in the U.S. military for their important commitment to our country. For more than 90 years, Navy Federal Credit Union has made it their mission to help people in the military community. Navy Federal Credit Union is open to all branches of the military, veterans, and their families. Navy Federal's employees are veterans and military spouses, which makes them a part of the community they serve. They understand their members better than anyone. Members could enjoy earnings and savings of $349 per year, a regular savings rate 4 times higher than the industry average, an average credit card APR that's 5% lower than the industry average, award-winning 24/7 stateside member service, and 0.25% discounted rate on VA loans. Show your support for our troops with the hashtag #MilitaryMissionThanks. And my family thinks about veterans, Those are currently serving our nation each and every day, giving us these options and opportunities in the private sector. So everyone out there who has served and is serving, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Learn more about how Navy Federal is creating and celebrating the commitment that connects them to their members at NavyFederal.com/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Dollar value shown represents the results of the 2021 Navy Federal Member Give Back Study. Credit card value claim based on 2021 internal average APR assigned to members compared to advertised industry APR average published on creditcards.com. NFCU reserves the right to change or discontinue promotions and rates at any time without notice. Navy Federal, check them out. Today's episode is also brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company. Grab a can of Black Rifle Coffee's ready to drink, the perfect balance of quality and convenience. If you want a Spartan level caffeine kick, try Ready to Drink 300, available in salted caramel, vanilla bomb, and more. Made with an electrifying blend of MCT oil and amino acids, Ready to Drink 300 packs a caffeine punch that'll supercharge your day. Ready to Drink is perfect if you need your coffee quick, and shopping with Black Rifle Coffee helps give back to the veterans and first responders who serve our nation. You can stock up on cans at blackriflecoffee.com or grab an ice cold can at a convenience store near you. You can stock up at blackriflecoffee.com/dangerclose and use code DangerClose20 at checkout for 20% off your purchase and your first coffee club order. blackriflecoffee.com/dangerclose for 20% off. Welcome to the gear highlight portion of the Danger Close podcast. First off, thank you to Jariko Denman, who came on the podcast and gave me this coin. It's a Black Rifle Coffee Company 777 coin, 7 continents, 7 jumps, 7 days to support Folds of Honor. Thank you, Jariko, and congratulations to everybody who had a hand in pulling that off. Absolutely incredible. And thank you to Badass Workbench. That's badass-workbench for this desk right here. Super solid. Absolutely love it. So check them out. And did you know that SIG makes a 22? And right here, this thing is really cool. And yeah, right there, bam. SIG 22. So check it out. Yeah, super fun. And Rise Armament Company. Woo, look at this thing. So this right here is 308. And this thing, listen to that. That sounds nice. But check this out. This right here is their 1121 XR. Once again, 308. And I need to get out to Thunder Ranch, their high angle course with this thing. I have a feeling that this would be a great rifle to take out there. So Rise Armament Company, check them out. And of course, get out to Thunder Ranch, train. Maybe I'll see you out there. And what else here? Forged, another Forged shirt. My buddy Mikey Sowers I went through buds with. And this is one of their Uncommon Grit shirts right here from Forged, forged.com. Check them out. And you can go to officialjackcarr.com. Click in the upper right-hand corner on merch. There's a bunch of stuff on there to include patches like this. All right. Take care out there. See you next time. Thank you for tuning in to the Danger Close podcast, an Ironclad original presented by Navy Federal Credit Union. My upcoming novel, Only the Dead, hits shelves on May 16th in ebook, audiobook, and hardcover. It is available for pre-order right now. You can follow Jariko Denman on Instagram at LaidbackBerserker. That is LaidbackBerserker. You can also check out his work at coffeeordie.com/Jariko-Denman. You can follow me on the social channels at Jack Carr USA, officialjackcarr.com. That is the website. Click on shop in the upper right-hand corner for the merch. And if you enjoyed this conversation, be sure and leave a 5-star rating and review wherever you get your podcasts. Until the next time, take care out there, stay safe, be strong, keep fighting.